can you send it? You're going to have to send it. Renee, it won't let me forward it. And can you also send it to Carlisle and to Erin Mahoney? Either one of them could post it. Should I start the?
Still have not gotten the meeting information.
Okay, it's the same URL for the WebEx, and the meeting number is 903-835-413. And the passcode is exploration at 2020.
And it may need a capital N. I think, Betty, we need to make sure folks know it's a capital E on exploration.
Perfect, yes. Capital E for exploration at 2020. Meeting number 903-835-413. Okay, good. I can do the rest after I read the opening remarks. So I think I'm going to do the opening remarks. So if everyone is online.
Betty, let's hold off till half past. We told everybody half past.
Okay, 6 more minutes. Okay, great. I will.
Folks are still logging in. Let's let them do that.
And Betty, Renee, Arcina, is anyone going to send out the updated WebEx link to the HEO workforce?
I just did. Check your email.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Also, we do have external people on the WebEx now.
Okay. Thank you.
We will start the meeting at 10:30. Sorry for the delay.
And Betty, it is also on the website. Erin posted. Nancy, are you on the call?
And this is Lisa. I have a quick question. If we're a speaker, do we stay on this line instead of having the new WebEx call us? I'm assuming that's correct.
That is correct. If you're a speaker, you stay on this line so everyone can hear you.
Thank you.
And Aracena and Betty, I'm still not seeing it to the broader address. I got a copy of it because you sent it to speakers and everybody, but I don't see the address to the internal HEO workforce.
So Renee or Aracena, can you send it to all of HEO?
I just did. It might be just a slow delay, Jim.
Okay.
I'll send it again. Some people have told me they received it. So.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, maybe I'm just slow on my computer. Thank you very much. Thank you for indulging the question. You guys are doing fine.
So Aracena, is the operator going to announce me again, or do I just start?
You just start, Betty.
Okay. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I apologize for the delay, and welcome to the virtual meeting of the NAC-HEO Committee. My name is Betty Siegel, and I serve as the Executive Secretary of the Human Exploration Operations Committee, a committee of the NASA Advisory Council. I would like to call this committee meeting to order at this time. I have a few administrative announcements before we begin. The NASA Advisory Council is a committee established under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, FACA. As such, our committee meetings are open to the public. Please note that although this is an open meeting, we kindly ask that the public not interrupt the speakers or committee members before, during, or after their presentations. In compliance with FACA federal statute, formal minutes are being taken throughout the meeting today. These minutes are for the public record, hence all presentations, discussions, and comments by committee members should be considered on the record. Each member of the NASA Advisory Council Committee has been appointed to his or her position by the NASA Administrator. Each member has been appointed because of his or her specific subject matter expertise as individuals, and hence each member is subject to the federal ethics law. The category of appointment is called Special Government Employee, SGE. All SGEs on this committee should remember to recuse, disqualify themselves from the meeting room if a topic comes up in which you have potential conflict of interest between your financial interests, including those of your employer, and matters we are discussing on this committee as the NASA Advisory Council. If you have any questions related to the ethics issues, please see me separately, and if needed, I will put you in contact with the NASA ethics attorney. He or she will be happy to help you. Also, we'd like everyone to announce your name before you speak. This is for all the committee members and speakers, and there will be time that the public will be allowed to speak on the agenda. It is my honor at this time to introduce the chair of the NASA Advisory HEO Committee, Mr. Wayne Hale, who will preside over this meeting. But just before we begin, I'd like to make one announcement about the change in the agenda. After Doug Lavero speaks and before Brian Dewhurst, we will have Marshall Smith speaking. And now I turn it over to the chair, Mr. Wayne Hale.
Thank you, Betty. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate the team scrambling this morning. My apologies to the public and to the other committee members. We clearly had something set up incorrectly in the initial meeting setup. I appreciate the fact we were able to get back on a normal track here so quickly. And we will run about half an hour behind, and there may be other changes on the agenda because of people's schedule, as Betty just pointed out. It is my privilege and honor to be the chairman of this committee. We are here to advise the Associate Administrator, Mr. Doug Lavero. We also will provide advice up to the full NASA Advisory Council to the Administrator, Jim Bridenstine. We are very interested in this meeting. Of course, it has been delayed. Normally, we would meet much earlier in the spring, but due to a number of circumstances, we had to delay until this time, and it's appropriate that we talk now. I will be strongly enforcing the please say your name before you talk rule. We do have the public. They don't recognize everybody's voices. We may or may not have video of people, so please, every time you talk, state your name first. And when you are not talking, please mute your microphones. We're all doing work from home these days, and so we all have co-workers that may be making additional and unnecessary noise, and so we ask that you mute. And one last thing before we get started, I really need to recognize the fact that 3 of our committee members are with the committee today for the last time. Their terms have come to an end, and I'd like to recognize them with just a minute before we do anything else. First of all, Leroy Chow. Leroy, I've known for many years, NASA astronaut, of course, 3 space shuttle missions, including an expedition, Expedition 10, where he was commander to the International Space Station. A number of spacewalks. He has gone on in his post-government employment to be a great advisor. He served on the Human Plans Committee, so-called Augustine Commission in 2009, and has been a great advocate for international cooperation and human spaceflight for years. Leroy, we want to thank you for your service, and we appreciate you being here with us for these 2 days, and we'll miss you in the future. Next, Bob Seek, Robert Seek, who is one of my role models. Bob, of course, was the launch director for the shuttle for, I think, I read 52 missions. Very calm, deliberative, great judgment, and I think we all learned a great deal from Bob in his role there and as the shuttle operations director at the Kennedy Space Center. We appreciate all that you've done for the program and your great advice through this committee to the agency as well. And finally, Tom Holloway. Tommy, we have a special bond there. Tom, of course, is with NASA all the way back to the Gemini program, worked through the Apollo moon landings and mission control, became a shuttle flight director early in the program, later on became the Phase 1 space station program manager, the shuttle program manager, and finally the ISS program manager, and has provided great insight and leadership for many years. And we appreciate your service and want to thank you for it. And again, for all you've done post-retirement in providing advice to the agency. So with those words, I want to thank those 3 gentlemen, and we will move on to the agenda at that point. I think, Doug, you are up for a summary first.
I am, Wayne. Thank you, and thank you to everybody who's listening online. Let me, before I start on my briefing, and while it's coming up on the screen, let me go ahead and also add my thanks to Wayne's thanks for Leroy, Bob, and Tommy. It's unfortunate because of the delay in the NAC meeting, and now the fact that we are doing this under telework conditions, that I haven't actually gotten to meet any of those 3 members before. We've spoken on the phone a couple of times, but we've never met in person. So I will be saddened by the fact that I will not no longer get to meet you, at least as part of a NAC committee, but I'm sure I will see you around the space bars and grills that we all frequent. Space is a small place, and so I look forward to meeting up with you at some point in the future. With that, let me jump into the update for HEO, the Human Exploration and Operations Directorate. This front chart that is showing right now, hopefully everybody can see it, has our newly initiated logo for HEO, which we'll hopefully use on a lot of the things that you see going forward out of HEO, out of this organization, as we travel from the Earth to the Moon and to Mars in the future. And it's sort of our guidepost, and I thank the folks in my organization who put such a great graphic together. So next chart, please. Okay, so here are the 4 topics that I would like to talk about this morning, 4 general topics. Number 1, many of you know we had a program status assessment to begin as I began my term here as the new head of HEO. I've been on board now just about 5 months, and at the beginning of the 2nd month here, I ran a program status assessment on where we were on the Artemis program. I'll share those results, those general results with you here today. It was obviously a very in-depth review with hundreds of findings, but I'll share the most important ones with the audience today. Then I'd like to talk about low Earth orbit and what we're doing in low Earth orbit, and 3 topics in there. Obviously, the International Space Station, our very exciting commercial crew work that will be launching later this month, and then the topic of how we're commercializing LEO throughout as we move to the future. Give you an update on where we are on the Artemis mission and all of the things that have been happening for that. And then lastly, with time permitting, I will talk a little bit about how we intend to commercialize our space communications network, which is what we use to go ahead and communicate with all NASA missions, both from space to Earth and Earth out to space. So let's go to the next chart. Okay, program status assessment ran from about 14 January to 14 February this year. A great group of folks, both from internal to NASA and external to NASA, about 60 people involved in the status assessment, all of them long-time participants in spaceflight from DoD, from civil space, from both industry and from the government side. So we had a very good group of folks, and they looked at how we were doing with regards to our ambition to go ahead and achieve the Artemis 3 timeline to 2024 to the Moon, which included both Artemis 1, 2, and 3. And we asked them to look at 5 specific areas. I'll talk about 3 of those areas here today in the interest of time: system engineering, or program organization, and how we are in schedule. So on system engineering, while they did complement a lot of the internal system engineering processes that were happening at the program level, within NASA, they said, we really haven't raised system engineering to an Artemis level. We don't have a ConOps for the Artemis 3 mission, and so it's very difficult to go ahead and provide a true mission level analysis and manage that mission level analysis without a ConOps. Our structures were not designed for the decision velocity necessary to make our timeline, and we didn't have an integrated V&V plan for the entire program. And so they fundamentally said that we need to establish an SE&I authority for orchestrating the end-to-end mission for Artemis. That includes Artemis 1, 2, and 3. We took that feedback. We're going to be doing that. In fact, are proposing, excuse me, we are proposing some organizational changes to the Congress for HEO that will help us to go ahead and answer this specific finding and the one on program organization below as well. And we hope to have those over to Congress and approved very soon so we can move out expeditiously on solving this very important issue, a critical issue for how we move forward on the moon. The second thing they found is we didn't have an organization that was focused solely on the Artemis mission. Clearly, most of the Artemis Phase 1 mission fell under me, but there were many other things that I was responsible for as well, commercial crew and the ISS, the Space Communications Network, the NASA Launch Services Program, amongst many other things. So I was not able to spend my full time on Artemis, and they said you really need to establish an Artemis program manager for each phase. For Phase 1, which we label as getting to the moon, Phase 2, which we talk about being sustainable development, we need an actual program manager for that. So as we go forward and work with the Congress to reshape our organization, we are trying to execute those changes as well. Next chart. The third thing they told us was that our schedule was at risk for several reasons. Number one, we didn't have an integrated master schedule that covered all of the activities that are included in Artemis phase or Artemis missions 1, 2, and 3, including Gateway and all the other pieces of the architecture. That based upon history, there were some key areas that we needed to address, and I'll talk about those key areas on the next chart coming up, but don't go there yet. They also noted that because of where we were likely to launch Artemis 1, the agency baseline commitment date for Artemis 2 needed to be adjusted. And clearly they told us that HLS is the most key, critical element of the overall architecture. And so they gave us a number of recommendations in this area, including a management reserve for the program, how we need to focus industry and government resources, specifically early in the process, down select to maximize the resources, and consider adopting some sort of a leader-follower strategy, where all of those actions are under discussion as we move forward. If you go to the next chart now, please. So in the telecon we had a couple of weeks ago when we announced the HLS selection, somebody asked me about the schedule for the lunar module development, and I told them we had looked at that and that development carefully, and I quoted some dates, and I wanted to put those up for people so that you could go ahead and see them here today. This is when we go back and look at the history books. This is the actual schedule for the lunar lander, for the LEM. And here the LEM contract was awarded, as you see here, in November of 1962. They had a preliminary design review about 10 months later. That's fairly normal. That's about the same schedule that we are on for Artemis as well. But then they had over a 2-year slip, 2 years and about 4 months slip between PDR and CDR, and you can see that in the red box here. And the cause of that slip was as we traced it back, was clearly because the requirements changed drastically between PDR and CDR. Normally, one would expect a year or less between PDR and CDR, and instead we had 2.5 years almost between PDR and CDR, critical design review. And that's because the requirements changed, and when the requirements change, you have to go back and redo all the work that led to the preliminary design review before you can go to critical design review. And then after that, the schedule flowed on. So you can see that that while it took from November of 62 to July of 69, basically about 6 years and 7 months, 6 years and 8 months to go ahead and actually execute the first lunar landing, a lot of that time, a significant portion of that time, was wasted in go back. The second thing that's obvious to most people is that we were inventing technology for the first time during the LEM development, and we are not so constrained now under the current Artemis program. So when we look at that, we took two very big lessons to heart. If we're going to do this in the time frame that the nation has asked us to do it, and I am very bullish on the fact that I believe it's absolutely possible for us to do so. But we have to be very cognizant of the fact that if we change the requirements between PDR and CDR, that could cause significant delays. So we are working right now to go ahead and make sure we nail down the requirements here at the very beginning of the program, so that we don't run into that same problem. And the second lesson, just as important, is that if we have to develop new technologies that will extend the overall development beyond that we can stand. And so we need to focus on limiting our new technology developments to the maximum extent possible, to really go ahead and use existing technology where it meets the mission need, and then evolve that as we move forward to meet some of the more sustainable aspects of the Artemis mission. So I wanted to make sure folks got a sense of just why this is possible, why we don't have to suffer those same problems, but we definitely have to be very focused about it. Next chart. Okay, let me leave the program status assessment now, and let me go to talk a little bit about low Earth orbit. And I want to talk about the International Space Station, the commercial crew, and LEO commercialization, one of our newer initiatives within the HEO. Next chart, please. This is our crew that's on the space station right now. They launched back in April on a Soyuz launch during the COVID-19 crisis, both here at home and over in Russia. Two Russian astronauts, Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan, whose last name I can't remember, and Chris Cassidy, our American astronaut. And they are the crew members who are aboard Soyuz right now. This is the first time in a long time we're down to a single American astronaut on the station. That's not a condition that we like to be in, and obviously we are looking forward to our commercial crew program to get us back up to our normal complement of 3 or 4 astronauts in the very near future. Many of you may have read the press release that went out yesterday that we recently did award one more Soyuz seat for October. We did that to be prudent, to make sure that we could go ahead and maintain our cadence of astronauts, but we have every faith that our commercial crew program is now about to go ahead and have success here at the end of May that will lead into an operational capability near the end of this year. If you go to the next chart, please. So this is going to be the first human-rated capsule developed by private industry to go ahead and ferry humans to low Earth orbit. Our teammates at SpaceX have done a fantastic job in creating the Crew Dragon. We've put it through its paces. We have one more test to go. That test happens on May 27th, the so-called Demo 2 launch, where our 2 NASA astronauts will go ahead and ride the Crew Dragon to ISS, and will prove that this vehicle is ready to enter true operational service. I will point out that you might notice that the crew here is not wearing COVID protective gear, but rather normal clean room gear. That's because this photo was taken well before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, so it's not a current photo of what's going on. That capsule was actually down at Kennedy, mounted on top of a rocket, getting ready to go ahead and be launched in about 2 weeks, and so we're all looking forward to that with great anticipation. Next chart. We not only have one, but we have 2 commercial crew vehicles in development, as most folks on this line know. The Boeing Starliner, the first human lander from America that will land on land. This is a picture of its landing from the somewhat rocky OFT-1 flight that we had back in December, but the landing came out perfect. Again, most folks on this call probably know that we had many flaws and failures during that flight that we've discovered. Boeing and NASA have worked strenuously to identify all of the issues, both process issues and technology issues that we need to fix, and Boeing has offered to fly a repeat of this flight. For that, we're very grateful, and we look forward to that repeat flight later this year, and then entering into crude service soon after that. We're very confident that we will get to crude service for both these vehicles so that they can become the mainstay of our transit to and from low Earth orbit. Next chart, please. Now, the commercial cruise services that I just talked about is really a continuous development line that started back last decade, really, when we began the COTS program under first with SpaceX and then with Orbital, now Northrop Grumman. And of course, we recently added a commercial resupply services 2 contract, which adds Sierra Nevada and the Dream Chaser to our future fleet of cargo vessels. And I just finished talking about the commercial crew vessels on the lower right-hand side of this chart. But we're not stopping there in just the transport. We're going further than that in LEO commercialization. If you go to the next chart, please, I'll talk about that. This graphic, I think, is pretty interesting. This tells us that today on orbit, we have already 17 commercial facilities operating in low Earth orbit. Now, these are all operating on board the International Space Station, but they are commercial facilities. They are funded commercially. People go ahead and lease time on them. They do experiments on them. So we're already seeing the early years of a commercial LEO economy begin to develop here, mostly for microgravity experiments, obviously, and many different experimental racks and structures upon which researchers are doing all sorts of biomedical and material science experiments. And in fact, the number of papers that continue to be produced by the ISS and the research being done there every year is quite astounding. But we want to go more than just facilities hosted on government platforms. So next chart. To that end, we awarded earlier this year a contract to Axiom Space. Axiom proposed to go ahead and put a commercial port on to the ISS. You can see an artist rendition of that port here in this picture. And it has its own robotic arm. That port would is funded primarily with commercial money, with some support from NASA, and that's the very beginning of commercial platforms, we call them commercial destinations in space for both NASA's use and for the use by other economic interests and scientific interests throughout the world. Axiom's proposal extends to beyond the ISS when they would disengage that port and build a larger structure that you see here on the right hand of this chart. That is not on contract right now. In fact, we have many companies who are interested in building a free flyer commercial port or commercial destination for low Earth orbit, and we look forward to the time when we can go ahead and begin contractual efforts along those lines as well. It can be a very exciting time in the future where we see a number of platforms in low Earth orbit funded primarily through commercial resources, where NASA is but one of many users using those commercial ports. And we hope that we will see a growing economic structures and lifelines going to low Earth orbit. Next chart. Okay, let me now rocket out of low Earth orbit and head towards Artemis and what we see as we venture more deeply into space, and give you some updates on where we are on Artemis. Go to the next chart, please. So let's see, the prior picture was an artist's picture of us being on the moon. This is not an artist's picture, although I find it quite artistic. This is a real picture of the SLS core stage being mounted in the B2 test stand down at Stennis Space Center to go through its so-called green run test. And what a marvelous sight this is in the what looks like the early morning, or perhaps it's the early dusk in Mississippi. I'm not sure which way the camera is facing here. But this was right before it was loaded into the test stand. We loaded it into the test stand early this year, and we began running it through its paces. We got through a several series of tests with the SLS core stage, and we were beginning to hook up all the fuel lines and do all the necessary arrangements to go ahead and have a full power test for the green run, when unfortunately we were forced to shut down operations due to COVID-19 for at least a little while. That shutdown ended on March 17th. When we shut down the actual operations there, we had already gained 10 days on our planned schedule for the green run. In other words, we were 10 days ahead of schedule for the green run, and that gave us a great feeling that after 3 months, if we could be ahead by 10 days, that perhaps we could hold the schedule, which at the time had predicted that we would go ahead and begin to ship the core stage to Kennedy Space Center in late October, very early November of this year. Obviously, with COVID-19 and the cessation of work down at the test stand, we do not obviously think we can hold that date, but we think we're going to try to hold as close as we can to it. We're actually beginning to go back into operations under very tightly controlled restrictions down at the B2 test stand so that we can do it safely for all of the workers down there and still make progress. And we will see within a month or so how much progress we can make under those conditions. Meanwhile, we have not been stagnant, even though we haven't been working on the hardware. We've been working on software to power the green run test. We've been working on all the paperwork necessary to go ahead and write test procedures and close out test findings and all the other things that normally get left to the end. And instead, we're actually being able to go ahead and utilize the workforce to move those things forward. So we are hopeful that we have not lost too much time once we get back up and running, but we will know better once we are into full operations back at the test stand, which will likely not be till later in the spring and possibly early summer. Next chart. Similarly, this is Orion, the Orion capsule returning to Kennedy Space Center. It's a shy capsule, so it's hiding behind all of that trap beam that you see on the truck there. But believe me, there's a fully ready Orion capsule coming back to Kennedy. This is coming back from Plumbrook, where we did thermovac, acoustic, and electromagnetic interference testing on the capsule. And I got to hand it to the folks that put this together, because that capsule came through with flying colors. It was practically a flawless test. Gives us high confidence that Orion is ready for its first test flight, and many more to come. So we're really happy with that. It is now sitting at its home in Kennedy. It's being worked on under appropriate conditions in order to go ahead and make the final adjustments before we get it ready to wait in storage down there to load on top of the SLS when it arrives after this green run test. One more chart, please. No space system would be complete without what's coming up next, which is the ground portion. And this is a picture of the mobile launcher on one of its rollout tests. The mobile launcher is ready to go at this stage. We have a very large ground network to support all of our Artemis missions, of which the mobile launcher is one of the more important ones. Other structures are being built on there as well, and all the software is being built, and we have extremely high confidence that all of this will be ready to support the test. You can also see in the lower left-hand corner of this chart, it's more than just structures and software. It's all of the operations that support a launch, including this exercise to prepare for recovery at sea for an Orion capsule when it returns home. Next chart. Of course, no moon mission would be complete without a lander, and I think many folks know that we were very, very happy to select 3 great partners back about 2 weeks ago to go ahead and build our landers with 3 very, very different designs, Dynetics, SpaceX, and the Blue Origin-led national team. And we are beginning to work with these folks right now. Excuse me. We are beginning to work with these folks right now and working on those requirements that I spoke about earlier, making sure we understand all the certification needs for these vehicles. And we are really excited to be off on this last piece of the puzzle to go ahead and make our way back to the moon again. So a fantastic assemblage of capability and engineering. I did not have in this chart deck a picture of our gateway, but let me not underestimate where Gateway stands in this process. It is moving forward as well, and it is doing exceptionally well. Many of you know we decided recently to go ahead and launch the Gateway as a single unit. In both the power propulsion element and the HEO capsule. HEO element were planned originally to be launched separately, and we've made the decision recently to launch them together. That's both a risk reduction, but more importantly, it's a huge cost reduction for us. We've saved a lot of money by going ahead and putting those together on a single launch vehicle, as well as knock down both technical and operational risk for the program. So it's one of those rare occasions where a program manager gets to make a decision that saves money and reduces risks and makes the mission objectives more sure at the end of the day. So all of those things combined in that decision. And Dan Hartman will talk about that later when he gets up. And I should also say that Lisa Watson-Morgan will talk more about the human landers when she gets up later in the process here. One more chart on Artemis, I believe. So this chart is a build chart. Many of you have seen this picture before, but we're working on changes to it. So we're not just working on changes to the architecture and changes to the hardware, but also changes in how we fly the mission. If you'll hit go forward, click one, please, on this. So the first thing that we are doing is, in order to go ahead and buy down risk for future dockings of Orion on the Artemis 2 mission, we are planning to do a rendezvous and proximity operations. That's what RPO stands for. A rendezvous and proximity operations demonstration added to that mission, so that we can understand the handling characteristics of Orion, make sure that we have the simulators correct on Earth, so we can get that actual real-time feedback in orbit, make sure that all of the LiDAR equipment and all of the other equipment that is necessary to do an actual docking, short of docking, that we will go ahead and exercise that on the Artemis 2 mission. Hit the down arrow again, please. As I've already said, we are integrating HEO and PPE on the ground. This is Gateway and PPE, but it should really be HEO and PPE are integrated on the ground and launched together. And we're targeting a launch date in late 2023 for that launch. Next button push, please. We are, even though Gateway remains critical to our long-term needs, both as a communication platform for Artemis 3 and as a future foundation for all sustainability, we really can't go to the moon sustainably without Gateway. We're not intending to use it for the Artemis 3 mission in order to go ahead and make that mission have a higher probability of success, and then we will use it for subsequent missions. And one more button push on this chart, I believe. And then we are doing a whole bunch of requirements trades for HLS right now. That's one of the keys, again, harkening back to the lessons we learned from LEM, getting those requirements nailed down and making sure we've done all the trades here at the beginning before we go off and beginning to design it is critical to assuring that we are going to remain on schedule. So those requirements trades are being done right now with our 3 contractors that I talked about earlier. Okay, next chart. Let me quickly now move from the moon to Mars, and to say that everything that we're doing after the first landing is really aimed towards propelling us and learning how to live and to work on Mars. And so we are aiming towards sustainable presence on the moon, so that we can learn how to go ahead and sustain our presence on a faraway planet in preparation for what we intend to do on Mars in the decades hence. And so this whole Artemis journey to the moon is a key aspect of eventually extending our reach to Mars and further into the solar system. And we look forward to all of the elements of that journey. I think many of you are familiar with the fact that we recently published a lunar surface plan that had many of these elements that you see on this chart included in it. Next chart, please. In order to go ahead and go to space, you got to be able to communicate. So sometimes the unsung hero of our space travel is communications, and I want to talk about that just a little bit on what we're doing there. Before I move forward to the next chart, I do need to say that while a lot of space activities have continued unabated due to COVID-19, so has our communication network. And folks who run the worldwide scan network, some of which are in the hardest hit places in the world for COVID-19, including Spain, have just done an absolutely incredible effort keeping all those sites up and operating. We have not, we in fact had a 99.9% success rate on all of our contacts, even during this time of COVID-19, with a hugely reduced staff, only the minimum numbers necessary to actually conduct the mission. And those folks braved many trials in order to go ahead and make sure that we can continue to communicate, not just to our human space missions, to all our robotic space missions as well. Whether they're in Earth orbit or deep space, all of the network was kept up and running. And so quite a testament to the professionalism of all of those people who are associated with the SCAN network. But I want to talk a little bit about where we're going to the future in SCAN and go to the next chart. We'll talk a little bit about commercialization. So first, let me talk about the Near Earth network. Today, about 70% or so of our services are provided by commercial entities for the Near Earth network. This is the network that communicates to satellites in Earth orbit or near Earth orbit. But our plan is by 2023 to go ahead and move that to 100% commercial services. And we have a very aggressive plan to do that. We already do quite a bit of it with commercials, and we're going to go ahead and move the rest of that to commercial market in the future. And that commercial market is in fact growing and vibrant, as it says in this chart, with a whole bunch of new players entering the service. And so we believe we can save quite a bit of money by becoming a user on that network in the same way that we eventually want to become just one of many users in low Earth orbit. Next chart. Not all of our users can go ahead and use direct-to-Earth communication. Many of them use our space network, which used to basically be centered around, or still is centered around, our TDRS tracking and data relay satellites. And many of you know we purchased our last TDRS satellite a while ago. And we intend for that to be our last TDRS satellite that we buy. We instead are going to move to a commercial analog to TDRS, and hopefully do that by the end of this decade. We have plenty of TDRS service to last beyond the end of the decade, and so we are planning a very secure handover between TDRS and whatever the new commercial service is going to be, and some of the early acquisition activities that will be connected to that handover will begin later this year, and we will begin to develop a plan and an architecture for how we hand over our space network to commercialization. This still leaves one of our networks, our deep space network, in NASA hands, and we're looking towards the future to see if there will be possibilities to go ahead and commercialize the deep space network as well. But certainly for the near Earth network and for the space network, we believe the time is right for us to commercialize those networks, and so that's what we intend to do.
Doug,
I believe that is my. Go ahead. Sure.
As we move to commercialize the space network, how do we guarantee assured access?
That's a great question, and let me use an analog for you, if I may, to illustrate a little bit of the problem, and then to talk a little bit more specifically about the question. But within the DoD, where I come from, and within the intelligence community, where I've also worked, and in fact with almost all federal government, we rely on commercial networks to do all of our communication. We don't have our folks running wires around the United States anymore, even around the world. We use all commercial networks, and for most of us, we don't even think about that. We don't even think about the fact that the fiber that's under the ocean, or the fiber that connects us place to place within the United States. We don't even think about the fact that that is a commercial network that we use for the most important national security regions ever. And yet somehow when we begin to move from wires and fibers to transmissions to space, we in our minds, and I suffer from this as well as everybody, sometimes we say, well, but that's actually different, and it doesn't need to be. And the way we answer the question that you just asked is the same way we do that with our commercial networks on the ground. We just don't have one mechanism for doing it. We have multiple mechanisms that can fail over and are networked together in such a way that they fail over if they do fail at all to backup mechanisms that are also commercial. And this, in fact, is the way we are going with over 80% of the satellite communications within the DoD. It is absolutely my firm belief, and I think the belief of many, that there's no reason why those same techniques can't be employed for space networks as well. But it does require that we go ahead and do it carefully, and that we understand how do we use services that operate at different frequencies with different protocols. How do we make sure we can transition from one to the other seamlessly? So there are technical issues that go along with it. But I think we all can remember the days of, well, maybe not all of us, but at least all of us at a certain age can remember the days when your cell phone would only work on your cell network. And suddenly folks realized that if you really wanted to go ahead and if the commercial world wanted to make money, they would create cell phones that could work on anybody's network, regardless of the protocols in use. And so your cell phone today is a software radio that is able to go ahead and host many, many different protocols to go ahead and match all of the networks around the world. And that's the same thing that we need to do with the space network, is to make sure that our receivers, there you go, there's an old cell phone you got there, Wayne. So we need to upgrade you, Wayne. We know that there are that this is very, very possible to do with space networks as well, and my team has put together a plan to build all of the right receivers and devices that will allow us to do the same thing in space.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I believe I have one last chart that basically says, do we have any questions? One more chart, please. That's it. So this is the personification of our logo. with an astronaut looking towards the moon and Mars, where we hope to extend mankind's reach once again in the very near future. And with that, let me stop talking and see if there are any other questions.
This is Wayne Hale. I wanted to say, first of all, thank you. Great presentation. We'll let the committee ask questions. I've been bombarded with requests. Apparently, we have a limit of 200 people on this WebEx, and there are a lot more folks that dialed in or want to dial in than could get on. So we're going to look at doing something different, I hope, for tomorrow. But right now, we're kind of stuck. So just to pass the word along, if you really have a friend that wants to get in.
Hey, Wayne, this is Betty.
Yes.
I'm trying to have the charts posted on the HEO website.
Okay. Good. Okay.
So if people are online, hopefully soon they'll be posted.
Thank you. And Doug, thank you for a great presentation. I know committee members have questions, so I will stand by. Please identify yourselves as you ask questions.
Hey, Wayne, this is Tom Holloway. I have a comment and a question. First of all, I think the presentation today was outstanding and right on and right at the right level for this committee here from the administrator. Having said that, I'd like to say that I've been a fan of commercializing the human spaceflight related activities over the last 10 or 12 years, and think that if done right with the right constraints can cut costs, improve schedules, and enable true commercialization if the right attributes of the community out there is ready for true commercialization. Having said that, I'm surprised that we're using this commercial template to develop and fly the lunar lander. So I would like for you to give the rationale for doing that at this stage of the development of that system, that strategy, I guess.
Sure. So, Tommy, thank you. Great question. You know, sometimes we use the word commercial, and we're not being very accurate about what we really.
Amen to that.
By that, yep. Yeah, I mean it's one of those words where we use it all the time, but it really means different things at different times. And so let me talk specifically, because your concern, I think, is well founded. And I think a lot of our listeners and a lot of Americans are equally concerned, and a lot of members of Congress are equally concerned. So first of all, make no mistake about it, we learned a lot of lessons from COTS, which we applied to Commercial Crew, and we learned even more lessons from Commercial Crew, all of which are being applied to HLS. So we have, for example, a host of standards that we are using for human landers that we are not using that we didn't use for Commercial Crew or others. We in fact did those other two under Space Act agreements. We are doing the lander under a broad agency announcement, which is closer to a traditional contract, not the same, but closer. And we also recognize that this is going to be a multi-step process to get to true commercial landers, and the first set of landers are going to be really focused on relearning to fly, both ourselves and our contractors relearning to fly. And then future landers will be the ones that we aim for, more investment by private partners as a service. And so we have government employees assigned to each of the contractors to help them along, a large number of government employees backed by an even large number of engineering staff. I think we have, Lisa can probably tell me the right number when she gets on board, but it's probably a complement of NASA folks across the agency, at least 5, if not 10 times larger than the number of folks that we had supporting Commercial Crew. And we know we are going to go ahead and be very, very involved in every decision that is made for the human landers and these upfront missions. And then slowly but surely, we can move as we gain more confidence in our commercial partners. We can go ahead and let them begin to develop things on their own. So the word commercial is not, that's the wrong way to describe it. The right way to describe it is we've entered into a collaborative relationship with contractors, not that different than we used to with contractors that we all grew up with, the Lockheed Martins and the Boeings and the Northrop Grummans. The type of contract is different. It's a firm fixed price instrument rather than a cost plus instrument. So they bear some of the financial risk, and the reason they bear some of that financial risk is because in the future we have agreed that we will buy services from them. But this development is far away different than what I would consider one of the more truly commercial developments, which I think, by the way, worked out very well, like COTS did for our commercial resupply services. So I think we need to, instead of looking at that term commercial, we need to look at how is the government acting with regard to the contractors, and how do we slowly go ahead and move from a position where the government is really helping and watching to one where the government gets insight to one where the government can later depend upon the contractors to act on their own. Does that answer the question, Tommy?
Well, I understand what you said. I would think Wayne at the committee in the future would want to understand all of those things that he just talked about in some detail as you go forward.
Yes, I would be very happy to do so and to show you the specifics of exactly how we're acting on this early phases versus how we're acting on later phases. I'd be very happy to walk through that.
And I had one other comment. One of the questions would be who is accountable and ultimately responsible? Because at the end of the day, as you probably know, when an accident happens, NASA will end up on the hook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is no question in my mind, Tommy, of who's accountable, and that's me. That's my Artemis program manager. That's my Human Lander program manager. We at NASA are accountable. We will do certification. We will go ahead and assure that these are safe. We will assure the right testing is done. For example, many folks thought that because we had left the RFP, the request for proposal, fairly open in terms of testing, that we were going to allow folks to go to the moon without testing a human lander. That's not going to happen. We're going to be doing testing. So we absolutely know that we are accountable for the success of the mission, the lives of the crew members, and everything that goes along with it.
Of course, I'm not privy to what Boeing did or did not do, but I can tell you Boeing knows how to do avionics testing, and they probably didn't do it very well. We have a full report on what happened with the Boeing flight, and it was a problem of software development and poor testing, and we did not have, to your point exactly, we didn't have the kind of insight that we required to be able to determine that they did not do that correctly. And that's one of the lessons that we have learned very well and applied to the Human Lander program. And Lisa Watson-Morgan and her team are getting briefed on all of the things that we learned out of the Boeing development to make sure that we can guard against those. By the way, what you talked about up front was something that some people have been recommending for a long time.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you, Tommy. This Wayne here again. I just point out Lisa Watson-Morgan is going to speak with us this afternoon, and hopefully we can.
Okay, I was done.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Doug, this is Pat Condon again. Another question. You mentioned that the Gateway would not be used for the Artemis 3 mission. What kind of mission profile are you planning in lunar orbit, and when do you anticipate that Gateway would be used for lunar landing missions?
Sure, Pat, great question. So right now our baseline for the first mission is still going to be the NRHO orbit that Gateway would be in. We just won't dock with Gateway. We'll have Orion and the Human Lander dock together as all the contractors proposed they could do as well. But that's the baseline. I will hasten to say we are looking at other potential orbits to see if their mission profiles are less risky for the first mission. So one of the things that I think we all learned from Apollo, and that I think we need to make sure we learn here, is that missions build upon one another. We don't need to take the giant leap all at one time. We can go ahead and do that in steps. And there may be other mission profiles that are a better intermediary step before we go into NRHO. I'm not saying that there aren't, but I can tell you for sure that my team is right now running all the analysis to look at those alternative orbits. And I don't know if Marshall Smith will talk a little bit about that during his briefing. I think he is going to talk about that. To go ahead and make sure we have that right balance of risk and benefit from how we go to the moon. That's another reason we took the Gateway out of the mission profile for the first mission, because it was a step that was unnecessary for that one. And for a future mission, after we demonstrate we can get to the moon and get a lander to work, we can then have them both dock with the Gateway. And that's the reason we pulled rendezvous and proximity operations back to Artemis 2. So again, that step could be taken before the Artemis 3 mission. So we're trying to the best of our ability within the architecture that is reflected in the pieces we have at hand to make sure that we try to break that into steps that make sense and do not provide too much risk in each subsequent mission.
Hey, Doug, it's Mike L.A. Thanks for the presentation. A quick question on the purchase of the Soyuz seat. If the Crew 1 mission looks like it's on track to launch in August, September, will you still use that, or is it a hedge?
We still will use it. It's not a hedge, so to speak. Maybe I'm not exactly sure what we may mean by hedge, so I shouldn't say that. We bought that seat. We will use that seat. We fully intend to use that seat. It helps us manage the flow. So the demo mission, the demo 2 mission has 2 crew members on board. They will have to return to Earth before we can go ahead and certify Dragon for operational use, and then fly the actual operational crewed mission. And so this really lets us balance when do we get people to station and when do we get them back from station, and try to go ahead and make sure that if the demo 1 mission exposes 2 or 3 things that we need to fix, and that next mission needs to slip a little bit later in the year than we have intended, we wouldn't leave a single astronaut up there for a long amount of time. We would have one more astronaut come up on the next Soyuz mission, and then we can move into continuous commercial service with an operational service with the Dragon capsule. So it's really just it helps us manage the flow better. And if that's a hedge, then maybe it's a hedge.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Hey, Doug, this is Ruth Gardner. Going back to the discussion you had with Tommy, you said it'll be highly collaborative with NASA, and that the RFP was fairly open, but you're using a firm fixed price contract for that. Are you not concerned that there'll be, you'll drive their costs and they'll drive a lot of change order traffic?
Well, so Ruth, number one, the contract we signed right now is for the first 10 months of the of the effort. So it's this space period, so we call it, which is the design period. As we go through that period, we will look at whether or not we continue with firm fixed price, or we adjust to any other types. The baseline right now is firm fixed price, but that's part of in a traditional contract. If you did a firm fixed price with a traditional company, then a lot of risk would be built into the cost in order to do that. Remember, this is more of we're looking for private investment, and so the companies that bid a level of private investment that they would go ahead and make into the effort as well. That doesn't eliminate what you just said. Yes, there could still be a lot of change traffic, which is one of the reasons why, again, getting those requirements set at the beginning, that's just not an engineering problem, that's a cost problem as well. Making sure that when we do the proposal updates before we down select to the contractors who will really go forward to the moon, making sure we have clear agreement at that stage, 10 months from now, exactly what they will build, exactly what requirements they will build to. Again, that's a discipline for us to make sure we have the requirements right. It's a discipline for them to make sure they have bid things they can actually create and build in time. But I will say immediately, and we said this in the RFP, we reserve the right to change that strategy if we decide that that's not the best strategy at the time.
Okay, thank you. And so you're saying 10 months is when you'll have the down select. At what do you expect them to be, like at a PDR or?
Yeah, fundamentally, it's a PDR level of maturity by the time we do the down select.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So, thank you, Wayne Hale, again. I don't want to cut this off because I think it's very fruitful, but Marshall has sent me a note that he's got a real time constraint. So if it's acceptable with you, Doug, I'd like to move on to Marshall's presentation and let him do his thing, and maybe we'll have a chance to have further discussion with you a little bit later, if that's okay.
Absolutely. No, that's fine. That's fine, Wayne. And I may end up dropping off during the day, but if you decide you want me back, Betty can shoot me a note, and I'm happy to jump back on.
Well, we always we are here to serve you, so we will appreciate your presence as much as possible, and certainly talk with you later. So,
great.
With that, Betty, why don't we move on with Marshall Smith's presentation? Are you there, Marshall?
Hello?
Marshall, are you there?
Wayne, I'll try to contact Marshall on his phone and see what's going on.
You know, I think we're all trying to understand how the new work rules work, so I do apologize.
Hi, this is Betty Siegel again. I'm just letting you know on the HEO website we posted today's charts for those of you who couldn't get into the WebEx.
Hey, Wayne, this is Dan Hartman. Can you hear me? I'm on a kind of a separate speaker line. Can you hear me? I'm just wondering if maybe we have the wrong line.
We've got you loud and clear, Dan.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Wayne. Marshall was having trouble, so I just merged him in on my line.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. I was talking away, and then he asked me whether you could hear me. I don't know what's going on. I actually tried to redial in, and that didn't work either, so there might be a problem with the line. Maybe there's too many people or something. Who knows? So anyway, we'll get started again. So thanks for dialing me in, Doug. It means you're not getting off anytime soon. And what I was saying is Doug gave a great introduction for what I've been working on for the past few months in particular. thinking about mission trades and how we balance risk. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about what we've been doing in that area. And then I'm going to talk about typical AES, Advanced Exploration Systems work that we've been doing and kind of just give you a general update on that. So with that, let's go to the next slide, please. And the next one. Okay, so we've been looking at how do we balance risk. Right now we have 3 flights that we're planning on: Artemis 1, Artemis 2, and Artemis 3. And on those flights, the way we had laid it out, Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 are basically the same flights we've been talking about for many years now, which is the uncrewed test flight for SLS and Orion, to again buy down risk, make sure that we are good with the vehicles and the systems as we move forward. And then Artemis 2, which is the crewed test flight, and I'll talk about those missions in just a second. And then Artemis 3 has become the mission to go to the surface of the moon in 2024. What we did want to do, though, was go back and let's relook at some of these things and see how we can balance risk. Are there more things that we can do in Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 as we move forward to allow us to move some of the risks and some of the things that we would have normally checked out on Artemis 3 into Artemis 2 or Artemis 1. So that's what we've been doing. We've been looking at orbit trades, NRHO polar orbits, for example. Now, we've studied orbits for quite a while. We went through a large amount of work to go study these orbits, and we came down to NRHO. We thought was the best orbit, which stands for near rectilinear halo orbit. It's basically an elliptical polar orbit. But we have gone back and just re-examined and just make sure that we haven't missed anything. We've been looking at some alternative orbits, lunar polar orbits, and I'll talk a little bit about that work. We've also been looking at abort options, how do we balance our abort risk options, and then, of course, is there a way that we can demonstrate some of the rendezvous and proximity operations? And at the time, we were looking at potentially even docking on Artemis 2, and how could we move forward with that? So next slide, please. Still getting a lot of noise as well. Okay, so with that, this is the Artemis 1 mission. I'm really just bringing this up so people understand what the missions look like. We launch from Cape Canaveral. We enter into a initial orbit where we then burn with the ICPS. It's actually a highly elliptical orbit. We do a burn with the ICPS and puts us on our way to the moon. We do, if you follow these little numbers, it's hard to point to since we're not in public. You can see as we get to 10 and 11 on the green line, we do what we call a high-speed, low pass to get a gravity assist of the moon to put us into what we call a distant retrograde orbit. This retrograde orbit is something we were looking at quite a while ago, and we did not change this mission because, one, we had already done quite a bit of the products and we didn't feel like we needed to redo it. And, of course, and number two, it was actually allowing us to get some good testing of the vehicle, a long cold soak period. We get a number of engine starts and stops where we do these burns to go do these low high G passes around the moon, low passes around the moon, so we swing back to Earth. So we actually ended up leaving this mission just like it was instead of changing it to some other reason, because we are meeting our test objectives and then some. So we do this pass, we get to the DRO, and then we have to exit the DRO by doing another burn. Takes us around the moon, surface of the moon, we get a lunar gravity assist, and then head back to Earth and land off the coast of California. Next slide, please. So that's mission 1. Exploration mission 2 is somewhat different. Basically, we launch again, but what we don't want to do is we want to make sure that we check out, we don't want to burn originally for the moon. Normally, when we do this TLI burn, we get hours before we have to make the decision to burn. And since it's the first time with crew, first time we've had ECLIS on this vehicle in 0G, we want to make sure that all the ECLIS systems, the crew systems, are checked out and working properly. So we will do a burn, which will put us into a HEO orbit, a high Earth orbit, if you will. And this HEO orbit is a 42-hour orbit where we're going to stress the ECLIS system, check out all the crewed systems very thoroughly. We'll even go through exercise phases and make sure that the ecosystem is working like it needs to work. And then we'll return, do an Earth gravity swing by, and we'll use the service module to do the Delta V, the remaining Delta V that will put us on the path to go to the moon. We will do a lunar flyby with a free return trajectory, so that should we have an issue with the service module on the way out or on the way back, we actually don't need to relight it. We will be doing course corrections. We can do course corrections with our other engines as well. So we'll come back, the vehicle will separate, and then again return off the coast of California. So that's the Artemis 2 mission. So those basically were what we called EM1, Exploration Mission 1 and Exploration Mission 2, and they still remain unchanged. So go to the next slide, please. So Artemis 3 looks something similar to Artemis 1, except the orbit around the moon is different. So same concept of operations. Again, we have to burn very quickly. We have to make our TLI burn within a couple of hours, but at that point we'll be fairly comfortable with the Orion system. We'll then go to the moon, and we have to execute a plane change. So then we will burn some Delta V, and we will, at that point, if you follow the green line going out, we'll swing by the moon and then enter into what we call the gateway orbit or the NRHO orbit. This is like I said, it's an elliptical orbit that has a close pass to the moon. As we move by, we can actually stay in that orbit. That's a 6.5-day orbit. As you move through, you can see the little blow up on the right, as you can see how we move in. And then, of course, the way we get down to the surface of the moon, that's in green right here, the way we get down to the surface of the moon is we drop off as our close pass. The vehicle, the HLS vehicle, is transmitted down to a low lunar orbit, where it then drops down to the descent and ascent element or the single stage vehicle, depending upon the architecture. We'll go down to the surface of the moon, look where we'll be at number 12 there, and then we'll do our EVA. We'll do our EVA work. Once we're done, we will then switch down to the lower vehicle. We'll take off from that, go into a low Earth orbit, or directly, depending on the architecture, or directly out to the gateway orbit. As we move out, we'll rendezvous with the Orion. It is not required. It's not required that the gateway be there or be used. We could rendezvous with the Orion and then proceed through the orbit and return back to Earth. So we'll go out the rest of the orbit and return back to the Earth, land off the coast of California again. So that's the CONOPS for this orbit. So what we wanted to do is look at not only the abort options, but also look at, are there other orbits that maybe have different properties? Maybe we're not in the orbit so long that we can return home quicker. We get different access, those types of things, so we can improve our mission success and maybe have less risk for the crew. So next slide, please. So this is actually a assessment of some test flight coverage options that we've looked at, and we looked at a bunch of different options. We looked at enhancing the manifest, moving things around, and these aren't the only things, by the way. I'll just caveat this with, this is just a slide out of a study that we did recently, and we're still continuing to do a lot more studies, a lot of different options, just looking at everything on the table. But what you see here is, this is kind of what I call the Consumer Reports version, where you have things that we feel pretty confident have been checked out very appropriately in black, and then things that are maybe not completely checked out, like what we would call a half black, half clear version. And then, of course, then you could say ground test, but you haven't actually done it in space, those types of things. The items that are in red or half red, I don't see any half reds on here, in red are things that the first time demonstration of these capabilities would be on the first flight. So what I'll draw your attention to is, like, if we did an integrated lunar landing without any test flights ahead of time, you can look down at the HLS vehicle functions and see that, you see a lot of reds because we haven't done any test flights. That has never been our intention or our plan. The BAA actually asked for companies to submit their test plans and what they proposed for their architecture. As you noticed from the slide that Doug gave showing the different options, each one of these companies have different approaches. One is single stage, there's 2 stages, and there's three-stage approaches that are very similar to our initial baseline approach that we looked at. They're different architectures. They all rendezvous and they do things differently. So we need each company to, based on their proposal and their architecture, how they would propose doing that. And that's one of the things we'll work out during the base period. We'll work with the companies to look at their certification approach and their verification approach and see how we can do that. Maybe, and some of them did propose test flights. Some of them proposed a lot of test flights. So this is just a general discussion. Matter of fact, I should even caveat this, that the team that did this work did not have access to the proposal, so they don't know what was proposed. So these are all things that we're now updating now that we can communicate with the team, with the analysis team on what was proposed exactly. But the point is, we're looking at, how can we improve things? So go to the next slide, just advance one. I think it's just a bunch of pop-up charts. So what we're able to do is, if we can obviously add descent and flight test and ascent and flight test, we'll actually improve our capability somewhat from where we thought we started off with various different options, actually turning red dots to black dots. Next, please. And, again, if we can use SN element and some CLIPS flights to test some of our technology, again, we'll buy off some more areas that we can get more. Yellow is not bad in this case. We're actually improving the capability. It's just highlighting something different. We would actually close some additional gaps that would be out there. Next, please. Okay, so that was the purpose of that slide, is how do we go do that? So we actually kicked off several activities, particularly related to rendezvous and prox ops, and what could we do on Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 that we can move out of being in the critical path for Artemis 3. One of those things Doug alluded to was Gateway. We already had said in the BAA that the contractors may or may not use the Gateway. Now, we can take that out as a full-on requirement, because one of the things you can do is eliminate a lot of potential issues having to dock with the Gateway. We could just go ahead and dock directly with Orion, and that is a capability that all of the proposers also gave us. So anyway, going back to this, so we look at the program. So looking at Orion, for example, we said, well, what if we were to modify Artemis 1 to fly to the NRHO? Remember, I just showed you that the different missions are different. They have all three have different orbits. And we looked at that, and just how you want to read this chart is you look at technical risk, for example, at the top of that. You see technical risk there is low. We think we can do that. Schedule risk, though, is low to medium, because we already have all that work done. It's in the box, or almost in the box. It's pretty close. If I have to go back and redo, and that's quite a bit of work, I have to go redo it, that's going to be a schedule impact. We think there's some impact there as well. And, the question is, when we get to the test flight objectives, does that really help us a lot to change Artemis 1 or Artemis 2 to fly to an NRHO? And the answer is probably not. It's a low benefit to us. So that's the way you look at this. So we can do it. It's feasible. We can rework the mission products, but it's not going to buy us a lot. So, that's something we probably won't pull the trigger on. But then you look at, and at this time we were looking at doing rendezvous, prox ops, and docking. That's what the RPOD stands for those of you who aren't familiar with our lingo. So we looked at Artemis 2. Can we add RPOD capability? So, what is the advantage here of doing that? From a prox ops and handling qualities, we really will see a high benefit out of that. If we can get some experience in doing that, we'll call it RPO capability, and also getting some handling qualities, that really will be beneficial to us to understand how the Orion and the system moves and operates in space. Docking, we felt that there was some additional benefit to it, but it wasn't a high benefit, because we're using an NDS docking system, which is a NASA docking system. We will have tested that out in earlier flights, particularly on commercial crews, using the same docking system. We didn't think that there was a huge benefit to actually docking and demonstrating that ahead of time. So, and also docking presented a high schedule risk to us. we would have to go back and modify the Orion 2, which is actually built, the sections that need to be built, they have to be undone, and we would have to integrate the docking system into the Orion capsule. So that presented a high risk for the Artemis 2 schedule site. So again, you have to balance, benefit, maybe not so high, but the schedule risk appeared to be high and may actually and would impact the Artemis 2 timing. So I'm not going to go through each of these, but really what I wanted to do is just show you an example of the kinds of things we're looking at. We looked at Gateway, if it could be a docking target. Well, it can, but, we don't believe. We'd have to, actually, we looked at what if we launched, yes.
I'm all the way here. I'd remind you on Apollo we had 2 occasions when we had trouble getting docked.
That's correct. We are aware of that, and have been looking at our list history on that as well. So those are that's one of the reasons we're actually looking at. We said it was a medium benefit, but anyway, yeah. So thank you very much for that reminder. So looking at supporting docking target, we looked at possibly launching the Gateway instead of launching it directly to, or the components directly to NRHO. What if we launched it to a high Earth orbit, and then we docked? We met up with it. They had the Orion in their HEO orbit, meet up with it, and do the docking operations. Well, we figured out through our analysis and studies that it was feasible, but very, very difficult and very limited schedule margin to do because of the way the orbits and the orbital dynamics work, and the spacing of when you have to launch and how you put those two together. That's very difficult to do. And for NRHO, basically, we would have to take, to do that, we consider that infeasible from a schedule risk perspective, because it would just basically be there too late. Because if we launch to a HEO orbit and then we have to move it out, then we would miss the Orion 2 window, then that would have picked Artemis 2 window, and then that would have picked the Artemis 3 schedule. So that ended up taking that option out. Again, we looked at using the GLS, or the Gateway logistics system that we awarded to SpaceX, possibly using that as a docking system. Again, it would provide you capability to dock. Again, it's a little bit different. It's not quite what we would be doing for the HLS. Didn't see a lot of benefit, but it had good schedule and technical risk, very low on that. And then as far as looking at it for HLS as an element only, that's what that means, is that if we had a GLS target and an HLS as an element only, we could dock to it, but if nobody's on it for the first test mission, being able to dock to something does add some value, so you can do it, but then you're not going to actually enter or proceed into that. So these are just examples of where we were looking at different options and different ways of looking at it. We looked at 2-element architectures, 3-element architectures. At the time, the team didn't know that there were actually both architectures being proposed for HLS. So, how could that be worked into our future plans to mitigate approaches? So that's the whole purpose of this slide, is just to show the kinds of things we're working on. And of course, this has evolved and morphed even since this has been was presented to me about a month or two ago. Next, please. So one of the orbits that we've been looking at is called an elliptical coplanar posigrade orbit. A lot of technical terms here. Basically, it just means it's a much smaller orbit than the NRHO, which has some good features. This is actually the graphics for a 4,500 by 100 kilometer coplanar. And it's posigrade, which means it rotates in the positive direction around the moon as a retrograde, which is the distant retrograde orbit that you saw earlier. It actually gives us some shorter mission durations. It allows us some advantages with respect to opportunities to abort, but there are some other negatives. So I tell people when I look at this that this is all like pushing on a balloon. You push in one area, you can get one thing better, and then it pops out somewhere else. So there's always pros and cons to this, and this is what we found early on in this analysis as well. So let's go to the next slide, please. So just to let you know, this is a slide I had presented to me a few weeks ago, and one of the teams has been working. So this is just a comparison of the baseline NRHO to this elliptical. Actually, the coplanar posigrade is on the bottom, and it's been grayed out, and I'll tell you why in a minute. One of the things we found out with that, it's an equatorial, and we don't get polar axis. Now, if we decide we don't want to go to the poles, then it would come back in. We did find a modification of that orbit, though, with a it's a very technical term, but bottom line is that this system would allow us a coplanar orbit. We found a coplanar orbit that is 6,500 by 100 that actually had very similar characteristics to the coplanar posigrade, but it gave us polar access. So you can see there's some improvements. We definitely get better abort times. We get better abort times to Earth. Instead of 5 to 8 days, we get about 3.5 to 10 day orbit windows. We get abort times that are in the hours rather than days. So 11 to 13 hours abort time to surface. So there's some good things about this type of orbit, but there are some bad things too. First of all, we have a number of critical maneuvers increases. We do have comm losses because we are now going behind the moon. And also this orbit precesses, which means it moves. It's not in the same plane every time. It's actually rotating around the moon, and so you have to adjust for that for your delta V to make sure when you abort you have enough delta V to make it to the new point that the Orion will be at when it's there. And the biggest thing, which is really makes us not viable or something we need to think about very, very hard, is a delay for a missed return. For example, let's say I abort and I'm in this orbit, and then for some reason engine doesn't start or something doesn't work. The delay for a missed return Earth window is I have to wait almost a whole lunar period because of orbital dynamics. So it's about a 17-day delay. So these are the kinds of things you get improvements in some areas, but then you have other areas that poke out. So we're still evaluating mission risk. We want to find something that improves our risk overall, and we haven't made any decisions. But I just wanted to share with you this is the kind of work we're doing. Next, please. Next, please. And this is just an example, like thinking, for example, for eclipses. One of the nice things about the NRHO is it has little to no eclipse periods in the entire orbit the way it's laid out. However, if we were to go do various different types of orbits where we got a little bit more elliptical, equatorial type of a plane, then you're going to start getting eclipse. And it depends how you set that up. For example, if you have orbits, you can see where you're mostly in the sun, so you get a fast parallel apocalypse. Fast parallel pass, you would have about 30 minutes of eclipse period. But you can increase that, and again, you would change this around because you want better access to the areas you want to go to the surface of the moon with these type of orbits. The worst case is that you got the maximum eclipse where you've got a apocalypse pass, where you're in eclipse for 175 minutes. The reason this is a problem is because the Orion has about a 90-minute capability to deal with eclipse. So we've got a power issue there. So we've got to keep this eclipse period under 90 minutes. And that would be a problem. So this is just an example of the kinds of things we have to think about. It's not one level down. You have to get 2 or 3 levels down in the analysis to find out whether you have a showstopper and what you can and can't do on a particular mission. Next, please. Next, please. And this is just yet another example. I think it's my last chart on this that talks about how orbits precess. So where you dropped off the vehicle and where you end up if you have to abort, the vehicle as it's in orbit, the Orion as it's in orbit, will be moving with respect to the landing site. So you'll have to make sure that you cover that in your delta V. So when you look at the analysis and you look at these type of orbits and then you factor it back into the HLS, you have to go, okay, did I really save any fuel or any mass by going to this type of orbit? Because I still have to cover the eventuality that I have to go to a different plane or slightly different rendezvous point. So these are the kinds of things we have to think through. Next, please. So with that, that's about all I have on on mission design work that we've been working on. I'll just open it up real quick for questions on that. Okay. All right, so let me just talk to you a little bit about AES technology.
Marshall, hang on just a sec. It's Wayne Hale. I just, I really appreciate trying to explain this to us, but it is really doing stuff that you're doing here, and acronyms are all over it. The point is, I think, if I could ask it this way, are you just looking at all the various options one more time for orbital mechanics, how to get there and back? I'm really asking because I'm trying to put that in the bigger picture. What are you trying to do here, Marshall?
You hit it exactly right. What we're trying to do is just one last time, when we got to set these requirements in stone, one last time, let's look at all of the mission options. Let's look at the mission trades. Let's look at the orbits that we have out there, potential mission call-outs. And let's say, is there anything else that we can do, given what we know about the Orion SLS capability, as well as now that we've got the the HLS's optional systems out there that we have? Is there anything that we can do to improve the mission success criteria, to lower the mission risk overall? And that's literally what we're doing. And I realize there's a lot of complicated stuff in here. All I was trying to do is not to really explain it to everybody, but really wanted you to understand that we are actually looking at this, and we're looking at it in detail. And, it takes weeks, if not months, to go down this path for a particular orbit. And we may get 3 months into it and find that we've got a showstopper. Like, for example, we get into an eclipse region where now Orion can't survive that. Maybe there's some things we can do about it, maybe not. But those are the things that we've got to go do. We spent, many years working on the NRHO approach, and we've got a good basis for that. And so if we end up changing, we're going to have to really spend a good amount of time. But a lot of this stuff can be looked at up front. We can just dismiss things pretty quickly. And then if we find anything that we're interested in pursuing, like this one I just talked about, there's some things that we might be interested in pursuing. So that's the whole point, Wayne. You hit the nail on the head. Our goal is just to do one last look at it and see if there's anything else that we missed we might want to go check out.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Just I think maybe some folks might have missed the context of what you're trying to do. And obviously, you're trying to maximize in these first 3 flights the engineering tests to ensure safety and make sure everything gets checked out. I understand it was the first part of your presentation. And then another look at the orbital mechanics. My experience with people that study on orbital mechanics, by the way, is they're never done. They always have a better idea they want to look at.
That's right.
So good luck if you're going to try to pot it. And I just go back to what Doug Lavaro said earlier about, the changing requirements and getting the requirements stabilized in that 2.5 or 3 year period back in the 60s that were lost because they didn't have all the requirements defined. I think that might have been when we went to lunar orbit rendezvous rather than Earth orbit rendezvous, for example. So I guess this is important work. I appreciate what you're doing. I don't think one person in 100 understands it that's listening to the presentation, but we appreciate you doing it. And so what is the bottom line right now? Are you proposing a different solution, or just that you're still studying and may yet propose a different trajectory?
I can tell you right now the bottom line is we probably will go do a rendezvous and prox ops activity on Artemis 2. We haven't finalized that yet, but we've now narrowed it down to a couple of options we think are doable, and we think we can go do that, but we haven't decided that 100%. Docking.
If you do that rendezvous and prox ops, what are you using? Is the upper stage the target, or what do you use for a target?
Actually, that's one of the possibilities. So we have the ICPS, which we possibly can use as a target. The team is off looking at that. Matter of fact, I get a report out on that Thursday or Friday. So it might be tomorrow or Friday. The other option is possibly carrying with us a co-manifested satellite, and then we would use that for rendezvous and prox ops rather than the ICPS. And there's schedule reasons why we might want to not mess with the ICPS and use a satellite with us. The reason we want to carry this with us is because the orbital mechanics of rendezvous, and as I talked about earlier, of launching something up into the HEO orbit and then us joining and trying to meet up with it are very difficult to manage and takes a lot of fuel to deal with. So it's much better if we can carry this with us and do it in the HEO orbit. Again, there's other issues about changing and doing this kind of in some other orbit around the Earth or at the Moon, which we can talk about, crew risk as well, because we got the ECLIS risk that we want to go deal with. So there's a whole lot of factors involved in how you go do that. But I would say that's one change that we're probably going to make. At least I'm going to recommend. Let's put it that way. The other thing that I would say right now is and you kind of can get it from the slides, is we haven't found an orbit that we think offers us a great, in the big picture, offers us a lot of advantages over the NRHO. We just haven't found it yet. The delta V usage is roughly about the same between these coplanar orbits and the elliptical coplanar orbits and the NRHO. Like I said, there's always pluses and minuses to each approach as you go forward, but at least right now, I haven't seen anything that would make me want to change orbits at this point, but we're still looking at it. There might be something that comes out. So that's kind of the short story.
Thanks, Marshall. And while we interrupted you here, do any of the other committee members have a question on this first part of Marshall's presentation before he goes to technology development?
Hi, Wayne. Thank you for asking. This is Jim Voss, Marshall. Do we have a time frame for when the decision will be made? Because we can't study this kind of thing forever, and we can do trades forever, and there's so many variables. There's always going to be something else that you can look at, but you've got to make a decision sometime and move on. Have we got a date for when you're going to lock things in concrete and establish requirements that the contractors can then work against?
Yeah, so we're going to get the contractors. Actually, right now, I don't see any requirements changes from what they've seen in their proposals. We're going to give those to them and make sure we pot those down very soon, within weeks, so they can go off and do that. If we make any mission changes, it'll have to work within the confines of what they have to do, and that might be as much as 3 months out. We're going to kind of close that door at that point. You know, I actually felt like we were pretty closed on that to begin with, but Doug came in. He's new, and he's asking lots of good questions. So we're going through and just making sure we've satisfied him as well, that we don't see anything else out there that we've missed, and haven't seen anything that's really jumping out at us to say, yeah, we need to make a big change. So I would say we're pretty close to potted at this point right now, but this is just a final look.
And Marshall, let me jump in on you. So, you know, it's not just the mission design changes that Marshall's looking at. For example, we're looking at the weight of various things that we bring to the surface, like suits and those kind of things. Should we reduce those kind of things, because those are driving requirements. And Wayne, back to your point, the reason why Marshall is going through this, and he's not just talking quickly because that's the way he talks, it's because he's acting so quickly as well. He's trying to make sure we get all of this done so we can do exactly as I said to begin with, is that we lock them down here before we enter into the true design cycle and get the SRR, the systems requirements review, done, so that we can move forward without changing after that.
Thank you, Doug.
Yep, thank you, Doug.
Anybody else before we turn Marshall loose again? I think we're ready for technology development.
Okay, great. All right, so let's go to the next slide, please. So just to remind folks, I've talked about Next Step Hab before, Next Step Habitation Systems. We are actually in phase 3. We finished phase 1, where we looked at concepts, designs, and operations. Finished phase 2, which is prototype development testing. The images or pictures you see here are from concept HABs that were built by Bigelow, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and Sierra Nevada. And we actually are looking at these systems, how we move forward, developing technologies and capabilities, and understanding how we would live and work in habitats that we would not only use the gateway, but these translate to surface systems on the moon. They translate to systems that we would go to Mars in during the transit, as well as on the surface of Mars. So these are all good concepts that we want to go develop and look at further. We are also looking at extensibility studies. For example, phase 3 is about continued testing on the gateway and looking at what we might want to use for foundation surface habitat, and as well as Mars transportation systems. So we just signed contracts with multiple companies for phase 3, and we will continue these studies as we move forward. Next, please. Just to remind folks, we've been looking at expandable technology. NASA conceived of in the 90s, and it was licensed to Bigelow Aerospace. This is a picture of the beam that is expanded on the ISS. It was expanded on the ISS in 2016 for a 2-year demo. The beam it was performed exceptionally well. The beam life has been extended to the end of the ISS life, which was really, at the time, we approved it to be through 2026. We want to, again, we increased the human rated expandable structure technology readiness level. We now consider that a TRL level 9. Before that demonstration, it was roughly about a TRL 7. So this is a capability that we can plan on and use as we move forward. And one of the biggest reasons we're interested in this is because of the mass advantages. Also, on top of that, we also are looking at the impacts to, we're monitoring data from thermal capabilities, radiation data. Radiation performance is actually better than a fixed HAB structure because of the way it's constructed. MMOD impacts are actually seem to perform better as well. It's almost like think of it as a Kevlar bullet vest type of approach rather than just a piece of metal. So it has some very good MMOD characteristics. We've been taking air and surface samples. They've been flying on orbit for quite a while independently under Bigelow's put several of them up. But then this one has been performing extremely well on ISS. And we're actually using it a storage unit right now and continuing to take data. We did that in 2017. Next, please. So life support systems, again, these are key enabling technologies as we move forward to deep space. We really want to get to the point where we have reliable, regeneratable systems, so that'll allow us to have good EQUIS or environmental control and life support systems. And that's going to be critical to our Mars missions and moving beyond low Earth orbit. It's not going to be an easy thing to go send up water and air and those types of things to a Mars mission that's already on place. You have to take it all with you. And the less we have to take with us, the less mass it is, the less propellant we'll need to put it up, the less propellant we'll need to transport it. So these are huge impacts to our overall Mars systems. We can do just a full hour briefing just on life support systems as we move forward. Again, what we've been doing is looking at evolving life support systems from a combination of existing ISS systems and adding new technologies to close their capability gaps. In some cases, we're funding multiple solutions for particular approaches and down selecting the most effective one after we do the demonstration on ISS. For example, I'll just show you a few up here. You're looking at trace contaminant control, environmental monitoring. That's actually on ISS now with the SAM. One of the reasons this is advantageous to us is because the old way of doing things is you take air samples on ISS and you bring them down and you analyze them on the ground. Well, we won't be able to do that in deep space very readily or in Mars. Well, the SAM actually allows you to do those samples and evaluate the samples on orbit where you are in space. So these are the kinds of things we need as we move forward. Looking at oxygen generation, CO2 removal. I'll talk about that more in a second. How do we keep microbial and disinfection systems going. How do we go ahead and keep that environment? Humans are very I'll just say it, we're dirty beings, and we carry viruses, we carry microbiomes, we carry molds and fungus with us, and we have to control that in an environment that's such as a space station or a Mars transportation system. So that we need to make sure we have advanced capability there. Water regeneration, again, we don't want to continue to take fresh water with us all the time. We'd like to be able to reuse that as best we can. So dealing with wastewater and brine processing. But like I said, we deal with we're looking at multiple options. So let's go to the next slide. So looking at CO2, just in and of itself, looking at atmosphere management, we're looking at 4 different types of CO2 capability of scrubbing. Right now we have one on board on ISS. It's a thermal amine CO2 scrubber. But we have 3 more that are going up in 2021 to ISS. You can see the 4-bed CO2 scrubber, the mini CO2 scrubber with Dynetics, and the ionic liquid CO2 scrubber. That's the test stand it's with too. It's not that big. But what we want to do is think about these systems. Let's get data on these systems, and we need to use them over a long period of time to understand the logistics effects that we would have. How do we have to resupply them? What pieces fail? How do they fail? So we can improve them so that they're much more reliable as we move forward. Those are all impact ability to go to Mars, as Doug talked about at the beginning. Going to Mars is one of our goals, and getting the mass that we have to carry with us down is critically important. And getting time on station so that we understand how these systems work and operate and function over time is critical to that. So what we want to do is look at these systems. We want to down select and then start integrating those into our systems that we use in our deep space. So we would integrate these systems into habitation systems on the surface of the moon or around Gateway, eventually leading to the systems that we would deploy for long duration missions to Mars. Next, please. Radiation management is definitely something that is key as well. We've been looking at RadWorks, which has been really building on the detection, shielding, and modeling capabilities that we have for radiation. We've been working that over the past decade to provide solutions for radiation for long duration exploration. If you notice these pictures, these little gold tabs in these boxes, those are actually time pick sensors that actually detect and image the radiation that is hitting the system, that gives us real-time data that we can then go use to determine what the astronauts are being exposed to in that particular environment at that time. We've also looking at, we will provide these sensors. One of these sensors is going to be on the Artemis 1 vehicle and has gone through all its checkouts and is ready to launch. We'll also be putting one of these systems on the Artemis 2 as a flight spare. And we're going to actually take the flight spare of one of those systems up to ISS for additional validation testing. And that's supposed to be launched on NG-15 coming up here in the summer. Next, please. And what you see below is a video of an older test. The green flashes are some LED lights that are letting us look at surface and how things are being done. But basically, what we need to do is understand how fire behaves in space. So we've been doing SAFFIRE experiments. We just conducted SAFFIRE experiment 4 yesterday. It should have ended about 5 p.m. yesterday, and we'll get the data today. I was hoping to have the video for you this morning, but we didn't quite get it. It'll be probably ready this afternoon or evening. But we've been taking data on how large-scale fire experiments work. This is actually conducted in the Cygnus cargo vehicle. What we do is after we leave the ISS on its way down, it's going to burn up in the atmosphere. Before that happens, we conduct this experiment just to see how it performs. In this particular case, we look at how fire progresses in high oxygen environments and gives us data in space, how different the materials perform in these high oxygen environments during space and how they behave. I think that's about all I have to say on that one. So next, please. Logistics, as I talked about earlier, is a huge gear, if you will, on what we have to do to go to deep space and beyond. The gear ratios that we use that requires propellant, requires launch vehicles, requires engines and systems to take us to deep space and beyond, to not beyond the moon, to Mars and other locations. The factor goes up tremendously as we go to much deeper, further away locations. So looking at ways to reduce logistics mass is a huge deal. We've been looking at a number of ways, particularly looking at 3D printing of regolith materials. So in other words, instead of carrying materials, if there's a way we can print materials with lunar regolith, would be very advantageous to us. We've been looking at RFID tag readers. They're actually on ISS now. I think they've actually found a couple of things that were untracked, or I would say had been misplaced as a tool bag. So those types of things, those are real things. They happen every day. And being able to locate and track our inventory automatically is a huge deal for us, and being able to count on being able to locate that stuff quickly and easily is important to us. UWMS, the Universal Waste Management System, is a system that allows us part of the Eclipse regen, as well as getting this system much more effective and having less parts that we need to go carry logistics for. This has actually been delivered to the Orion system for Artemis 2, and also we're about to deliver it to ISS for testing on ISS. Looking at trash compaction, dealing with waste on orbit, and particularly for long journeys, is very important. How do you recover as much as you can from the trash? Trash to gas is looking at how do we get the water out of it, and particularly any kind of gases we might want from trash to make that waste as recyclable as possible. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, great. Tank health monitoring. This is actually a video of, this is actual flight of a New Shepard launch. We're looking at sensors that actually don't penetrate the tanks and monitors fluid so that we can understand what's going on. So basically, this is right at main cutoff. You saw everything was settled at the bottom of the vehicle. As soon as main cutoff happened, you can see, and then there's separation. That's the crew capsule separation at T plus 43. But you can see this is different fill rates. I think the blue is, let me see, I have that. The blue fill rate, the blue tank is about 43% full, it's water. The green tank is about 25% full, and the red tank is at 12%. Just to look at the performance. But these are what we call modal propellant gauges. And so instead of actually penetrating most tanks, to understand what's going on in the tank, you have some kind of sensor that penetrates the tank. That causes issues, causes leak paths, those types of things. This is actually using the technology where we actually look at it from the outside, and we can actually monitor, and we can actually get a very, very accurate picture of what's going on, how much mass is left, how much propellant is left, or fluid is left in the tank as we move forward. And that will help us overall on our mission capability, not having as much reserves, and also being more confident that we won't have leaks and deal with things that would not be good in the overall mission perspective. Next, please. And then we've got our Artemis 1 secondary payload CubeSats. We've got 3 from AES that are out there: BioSentinel, NeoScout, and Lunar Ice Cube. But BioSentinel is about detecting and measuring the impact of space radiation on living organisms. Actually, basically, we're sending up yeast. It's a very small sat, so we're sending up yeast, which will be exposed, and we'll take measurements on the impacts that space radiation has had on the yeast. That has been, it's ready for delivery to the dispenser integrator. Again, these have all been, since we're doing hands-on touch labor, all these have been impacted some by the COVID work. We had to be able to suspend touch labor, but they'll be back on track as soon you're back to more normal operation. NEO Scout is about characterizing a near-Earth asteroid. We're going to do a flyby using a solar cell deployment and navigation, and that integration is almost complete. And then Lunar Ice Cube is interesting because it's mostly a student-led team. And again, they're using IR spectrometer to actually go near the moon with Lunar Ice Cube and prospect for ice, liquid, and vapor forms. And they're expecting to deliver to Goddard about 6 to 8 weeks after we reopen. Next, please. And this is just a launch and payload schedule for those six systems. So, we have payloads that are going, sensors that are going as part of the Mars 2020. That's going to go in July of 2020. Medley, Moxie, and Meta, which are different sensors that deal with understanding the atmosphere and understanding the reentry characteristics on the Mars 2020 mission. Sapphire 5, which is the follow-on, will go on NG-14 in September 2020. Of course, all these dates are pre-COVID. Some of this stuff might move around based on once we understand the final impacts from COVID. The UWMS is supposed to go up to ISS on NG-14 as well. Another brine processor assembly. This is going to ISS. That's been delayed a little bit, but we'll send that up as soon as we can. Again, this is more about testing how do we do ECLIS. This is brine processors, how much water we can get out of urine as we move forward. Sapphire 6 is scheduled. Secondary payloads will fly on secondary payloads, and the HEO mission will fly on Artemis 1, and the Shadow Cam, which is KPLO, which is Korean Polar Lunar Orbiter. We have a Shadow Cam instrument on that as well. Next, please. I think that might be my last slide. Yep, that's it. There's the astronaut picture again. So, any questions on that?
Questions from the committee for Marshall?
Okay. I think that's all I've got, Wayne.
Thank you. Or somebody, go ahead. Somebody want to ask a question? Well, thanks, Marshall. I appreciate your presentation and appreciate the work you're doing there. I guess, Betty, where are we going next? Are we going to try to pick up the budget briefing from Mr. Dewhurst or what?
Well, that's up to you. It's up to Brian's schedule. He's supposed to give the budget right now.
I can do whatever works for the committee.
Do you want to take the half-hour lunch break now and then come back and do it? It's up to you, Wayne.
Is the committee amenable to continuing through the next half hour or so to hear the budget briefing? Any objections?
I think it's a good idea, Nancy Ann.
That says the person on the farthest west time zone, I think.
Why don't we do the budget and then we can break at 1?
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, then. I guess it's good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to walk through the FY21 President's Budget. I am not going to stop on quite as many details as I usually would have done a couple months ago, because I think Marshall and Doug have run you through the current state of where we are on a lot of those things. So this will be higher level, but tying to the numbers. The other thing I want to say before we do this is that we don't yet have financial impacts of COVID yet. Until we know how long we've been shut down, it's kind of hard for us to figure out what those impacts are going to be. So that all the statements and numbers I make here, the caveat on all of those is that we need to see what happens with COVID before we're fully committed to that. So we go to the next chart. You saw this, you've seen this before. There is an updated version Doug has where he puts bullets on things or balloons on things and says, we're not doing this, is what we had as of mid-February. But if you can go to the next chart. Step back a minute. We've got 4 strategic principles that have been guiding how we put the budget together. One is the continuity of human spaceflight and scientific exploration. Second is global collaboration and leadership. We have advancement of commercial partnerships, and then continuing to inspire the next generation. And you'll see how those weave in and out through the budget. Next chart. And so those were the principles. These are the strategic themes. This is how the rest of the presentation is organized. We are landing on the lunar South Pole by 2024. That is one of the themes. The second is lunar surface sustainability. Once we're there, how do we stay? Third is sustainable lunar operating platform. That's Gateway and related items. And then enabling a commercial LEO economy. And again, you heard a lot from Doug this morning. And then, of course, we do have all of our space operations activities where we provide support for operating in all these locations of space, not just for HEO, but for the entire agency. Next one. So the President's budget has $12.9 billion for HEO. $8.7 billion of that is for Moon to Mars. Doug and Marshall talked you through where we are today and how we're looking at the programs, and we keep learning things, but at this point we still believe that the program that we are following will fit within the budget runout that you will see here as we go forward. We can live within the President's budget and accomplish the goals we have. So first goal, landing first woman and next man on the Moon's South Pole by 2024. That's exploration systems development, having a Block 1 SLS capability with Orion for delivering crew for the 2024 mission. HLS will be developing the actual lander. And then we also have to develop surface suits and doing some ground and ISS testing to make sure that we can actually get out of the lander once we land. Next one. On the sustainability side, we're looking to develop a sustainable surface landing system. I think I talked you through how those two play off each other, the 2024 landing and then the sustainable one that will follow. But the intent is to establish an annual cadence of lunar surface missions to build an affordable and sustainable human presence. We're going back to stay rather than have 4 or 5, 6 missions and then stop as we had to do in Apollo. Again, continuing those surface suits, improving them so that we can have long duration missions when we land. And then we're looking through learning risks to human health and how we mitigate those. And working with our friends in SMD and STMD to enable this affordable and sustainable presence on the Moon. So those are all the categories of area of work where we are attempting to improve the sustainability of the program in the future. Also, we have the sustainable platform. We're going to deploy the initial functional elements of Gateway. That's the power and propulsion element, PPE. And then the HALO, which is the small habitat. Those will be the first 2 pieces that are launched. And as Doug mentioned this morning, we're now launching them integrated on one launch rather than having them be 2 separate ones. We're also assembling a coalition of partners. We're building on our experience with Station, leading that coalition on to Gateway. And then we will be using that to demonstrate deep space operations and conduct long duration in-space acclimation demos, essentially start to test out our technologies and operations for how we would do the Mars transit journey. That's sort of the future of where Gateway is headed. Next chart. And then enabling a commercial LEO economy. Again, Doug went through that pretty well this morning. So I'll go down to the support systems for operating in all locations of space. You know, we do the human and other research and technology demonstrations on station. We provide communications, ops, navigation, launch services, rocket propulsion testing, human research. That's a lot of our space and flight support theme in the budget. And then demonstrating the feasibility of those commercially provided satellite communication services for near Earth assets. Again, what Doug mentioned this morning about our next generation communications networks. So the next one. So I think you've seen this manifest probably a number of times, but this is, again, the content that is laid in against the budget when we developed it. Again, we're doing a lot of trade still, but this is still the basic plan that we are working toward at a high level. Next chart. So in specific, this the next set of charts will drill down into what we actually plan to do in 2021. Again, this was the plan prior to COVID. We'll have to see how that impacts it. But we will be launching Artemis 1 in 2021, the first uncrewed flight test. We'll be getting Artemis 2 preparations ready for the hardware production and the software development work for Artemis 2. And we'll be modifying the infrastructure down at the Cape to accommodate crewed missions, beginning with Artemis 2. And then we started our hardware procurements, as you've heard, for Artemis 3, and have the HLS program make its selections and start to work through the system that we actually use to get to the moon in 24. On the surface sustainability side, we're continuing studies in the Advanced Cislunar and Surface Capabilities line. That is sort of the incubator for a lot of the things that we will need. They will start in that line at the study level. And as they mature and as they become ready to formulate and become their own programs, we'll break them out. But that's the line that has the budget to get all of that sort of nascent stuff started. And we're continuing to, as Marshall talked about, look at ECLSS and how we evolve that and do ISS flight demonstrations. We'll be doing that, some more of that in 2021. Next chart. So the Sustainable Lunar Operating Platform, again, the gateway. We want to get to PDR. This is a little out of date now with us moving to the integrated launch. But the one piece to pull out in here is also demonstrating the spacesuit life support systems on station for the lunar landing missions. We want to make sure that the suits keep coming along. And so that work is funded actually out of the Gateway program. And finally, enabling the commercial LEO economy, continuing to develop and demonstrate commercial destinations, as Doug talked about, as well as the new markets. And we intend to have 5 CRS-2 cargo launches and 2 commercial crew launches in 2021. Next. And finally, in the space operations, space flight support, we're looking at new ISS long duration missions. Again, trying to build up that experience base for longer stays in space, both in cislunar and eventually what we will need to learn as we head towards Mars. Of course, continue to operate station and do the critical research and technology work we are doing there. SCAN will continue to provide the communications coverage we need. Again, we as an agency, not just HEO. And these are the rest of the things we do. I won't read each of the bullets to you on this one. Next chart. So this is the eye chart. The budget, guys, is my favorite one in the deck, but I think I'm alone in that, even within my own office sometimes. But here you see the run out. You can see the $12.9 billion in 2021. That's the request for HEO in fiscal 21. That is a substantial increase, but we think it's responsible and it meets the requirements and what we've been asked to do. And then you see that growth as we go through 22, 23, and 24 before we start coming back down in 25 after the initial development is done and we've done the first landing. Some of that development work tails off and the budget starts coming back down again. And on the spaceflight operations side, that budget is essentially static through the entire run out.
This is Wayne Hale. Could I ask a real fundamental question because I've kind of lost track of where we stand right now? So we're in the middle of fiscal 2020 execution year, and I know there was an upper that the agency asked for. Did that get reflected in this chart? I mean, is that additional money that was requested for 20 and Congress acted on it? I think I'm trying to remember. Help reset my mind.
So we received our annual appropriation, and then we had to propose what's called our initial operating plan, right, where we tell Congress and the administration at a more detailed level than the appropriation provides how we're actually going to allocate funds. What you see in that 2020 column was our initial proposal. Some of the transfers that we were proposing to make to HLS were not agreed with. They were too aggressive in terms of reducing resources in other areas. So we are coming back. There's an update to this operating plan that I think actually goes to the Hill, went to the Hill today. But
Brian, can I jump in?
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, can I jump in?
Yes,
This is Doug. So I think Wayne may actually be asking about the difference between the initial 2020 PB and then the amended budget request that the president put in later. Is that what you're asking about, Wayne?
Well, yes, and where that all stands. I know, follow this from day to day, so
yeah,
just trying to understand where that stands.
Yeah. So Brian, if you could talk about what was originally in 2020, the amended budget, and then how Congress acted on it.
Right. Okay. So after the fiscal 2020 budget was released, it's really only been about a year. And since the vice president gave his speech and we were directed to get to the moon in 2024 instead of 2028, that necessitated an amendment to the budget that came out early summer from the administration, proposing additional resources for NASA in order to enable that. That budget amendment came out only about a week before the House marked up their version of the CJS bill, and the House didn't really have time to react in their markup, and so they hadn't. The Senate was trailing a bit in their process, so they did have time to fold that in. And if I fast forward, we had a CR for a few months to begin the year, as this becomes standard operating procedure in 2020, and then Congress appropriated. We got some additional resources. We did not get everything that the amended budget asked for, but we got enough to get going. And we're grateful that we got the amount that we did. We know that's a difficult period right now for the country. Is that better?
Thank you. That helps remind us where we are. And the 21 budget, of course, went out earlier this year, and Congress is considering it, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's right. So the budget was released the first Monday in February, and Congress is considering it.
It's Mike L.A. again with another question. So if you can't assume that there will be a CR I guess officially, but it certainly seems like roads are pointing that way. And I'm wondering if there is one and you have to keep operating at the 2020 levels for a while, does that pose a problem for the contract structure you have, particularly for HLS?
So we did a fair amount of work prior to those contracts being signed to make sure that if there was a CR at the beginning of fiscal 21, that we would be able to fulfill our side of that contract. We think that we can. We have some flexibility under a CR in terms of how fast we spend in certain areas. So we can maneuver somewhat budgetarily in order to provide HLS with what it needs while still keeping everything else going and on track without doing too much damage to anything else in the HEO portfolio. But yes, that is foremost in our mind right now is what we do should we start fiscal 21 under a CR.
Thank you.
Well,
Any other question?
I just want to say I, for one, appreciate the detailed chart, so it's very helpful. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee on the budget? Do you have any more to present, or was that it?
That is it for essentially content. There's just a picture of a gentleman in space or lady in space. That's all I've got.
Okay. If there are no other questions or discussion at this time, we're running about a half an hour behind. And so I think we have lunch break scheduled. We had a half an hour lunch break. Let's go ahead and we'll take that, and we'll pick up at half past, just to kind of keep us on the half hour late schedule. So half past the hour we'll pick up. I would encourage everybody on the committee not to drop your WebEx or the comm system here. It just gets kind of fragile, and I wouldn't want to lose somebody. So go ahead and mute or turn your video off or whatever you think is appropriate, but leave the WebEx and the audio going for those out in the public that want to come in and hear the discussion this afternoon on Gateway or HLS. I'd suggest you might want to do the same. We found a couple more limitations on the WebEx system. And I would ask finally, Betty, are we going to post the charts to the HEO committee webpage today? I just looked a little.
Posted, Wayne. The charts are posted now. The charts are posted now.
Okay, because I looked just about half an hour ago and they were.
Right. I just checked.
So if you go to the NASA.gov website, go to the NASA Advisory Council, look for the Human Exploration Committee, then they're there. Is that?
No, this is Bob. I can't find them. I'm on the website now, and I don't see them unless I'm looking at the wrong place.
Okay. Well, I just refreshed my browser, and I think.
Hi, this is Betty. They're there. I see them. If you scroll down past the agenda, they're online.
Okay. Try refreshing your.
Oh, wait, no. Wait a minute. Wait a second. I'm sorry. I spoke wrong. These are not the right ones. Sorry.
Those look like last meeting.
Yeah, they were the last meeting. I don't know. I think Erin is going to do it for us. She'll post them. Probably during the lunch break, they'll get posted. Okay. We're working on it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. So for right now, let's take a little break, get some.
So Wayne, 30 minutes from now would be 1:20.
let's go ahead and make it 1:30, just
Okay.
so we're exactly half an hour late, if that's okay.
Okay, sure. So we'll come back at 1:30.
Thanks.
See, this is Dan Hartman, voice check. Anybody?
Hi, Dan. This is Betty. I hear you.
Okay, thanks.
Loud
So
and clear,
it's
and you're right on
1:30.
time. Yes.
Yeah, we're ready to start.
Okay.
Let me just say before you do, Dan, appreciate you being here. For those that are listening, it appears that the charts for today's meeting and perhaps tomorrow's as well are on the HEO web page. So people that want to look at the charts and can't get in WebEx, there you go.
Okay, you ready to roll, Wayne? Good.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Let's see. Gateway status. I didn't hear an echo, but there's several components under the Gateway program that I thought I should kind of just give the introduction to. It's the power and propulsion element that we're managing out of the Glenn Research Center, and we presently have Maxar on contract for that. The HALO module being managed out of Johnson Space Center with Northrop Grumman, and they are presently on contract. That stemmed from, as Marshall talked about, some of the next step work that was being done. We recently awarded the GLS contract at KSC is managing, and that went to SpaceX. So we're getting the final pieces together to put that fully on contract. In addition to that, we manage the XEMUs, so the new EVA suits that'll be used for the lunar landing. That is basically an in-house development at JSC. And then there's a big integration job that the Gateway program does, especially with all the international partner elements. And eventually, when we aggregate with landers and Orion, all that work will be focused, I'll say, in that ellipsoid of the Gateway itself. And just as a reminder, basically it's a 24/7 operation around the vicinity of the moon. We're designed for a 15-year life and crew tended. Initially, 30 days is where we plan to be. Once we get some additional ECLS capabilities up there with the IHAB, we can extend that certainly beyond 30 days, 60 to 90 days, depending, I'd say, then on our logistics supply. So I just I should have had an introductory chart, but I wanted to kind of set the stage of what the content is under the Gateway program. Next chart. So Doug talked about, we did the co-manifest, and I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the initial plan, which was the PPE was basically going to go up on a commercial launch vehicle, completely, I'll say commercial via Maxar, and get into an NRHO, basically do a checkout for about 1 year, and then turn over the power and propulsion element to us, actually in the NRHO. We had some GFE to it. We were giving them a NASA docking system, a passive side, and some S-band radios. And then when the HALO would come up, we would do rendezvous and prox ops, mate those elements together, transfer the fluids, transfer the data, transfer the power across the system to make the rest of the Gateway stack go. Part of the initial plan as well was to have HALO, it still is, to have HALO developed by Northrop Grumman, but we were going to be launching that on a COV.
Sounds like we've got a really bad side tone noise here.
Yeah. And, again, it was going to be our final acceptance plan was for that to be accepted in the NRHO as well. Part of the development of the HALO was an integrated service module, so that brought with it solar arrays and propulsion reaction control systems to get it to the NRHO. And so that was part of the initial plan. And that it was actually going to go fly our first active NDS. Now, Orion will have an active NDS on it, but this one has the high power transfer capabilities, the fluid transfer capabilities. And so that was the initial plan is to outfit that NDS on the HALO initially. And then we had the S-bands in communication with the S-bands in communication for rendezvous and prox ops, exchanging range and rate data, kind of typically how we do a docking on the ISS today. So that was the initial plan. And then the next chart, excuse me, is where we are now. We've adjusted our baseline And so we plan to go with a single launch, co-manifest, the PPE, and the HALO module on the ground. Build an inner element adapter that attaches the two components together. We would integrate that into a large fairing rocket and launch and get ourselves spiraled out to the inner HEO. So that was the plan, or that is the plan as we go forward now. And there's several benefits to that. Is that, you know, kind of like how we did MEIT testing in the ISS. We can hook these two components together on the ground due to the power, the data, a lot of the comm checkouts, the testing before we ever go fly. So that offers some significant advantages. We're able to eliminate one launch vehicle, so we're effectively eliminating the launch vehicle that we had on contract with Maxar. We're eliminating the service module that we had as part of HALO, and then the docking systems this inner element adapter will take care of the structural, mechanical, power, fluids interface for us. And so we can eliminate both the active and the docking, active and passive side for the interfaces to come together. One thing that is also showing great benefit is that when we looked across the integrated systems of power and propulsion element and the HALO, again, they were launching separately, but now that we can integrate them on the ground together, we can optimize some of the systems. We had batteries on the PPE. We had batteries on the HALO. We believe we can eliminate a set. We can eliminate a set of S-band radios. We're looking at Ethernet switches that we think we can eliminate as well. So over the past about a month and a half, we've been running a design analysis cycle on all the systems associated with these two elements, and we are simplifying the architect between those two. We're shooting for a November 23 launch of this integrated stack, spiral out using the power and propulsion solar electric power system. So we're still maintaining the 12.5 kW thrusters. We think they're needed for this application. And then chemical, which is basically our CS system. And right now it looks like we're anywhere between 270 to 300 days of spiraling out to get to the configuration. And overall, we think, you know, as Doug mentioned, save budget, but, you know, the overall mission success of putting these two components on the ground, bringing them out, testing them, turning it over to the launch vehicle goes a long way for us. We have selected Northrop Grumman as part of the integrated testing that'll happen down at KSC. So both elements will show down up at KSC. Right now, we're thinking in the July-August time period of 23, we would make those two things together. We would run integrated tests and have Northrop Grumman perform that for us. And on the other picture on the right-hand side is basically the configuration that we have for the gateway at this time. You can see the power and propulsion element and the HALO. Up top on the HALO module is the ESA Esprit module, which is a refueler for the power and propulsion element. Can refuel biprop as well as xenon. We think that's a good capability to have for the 15-year life. The module next to HALO is the IHAB. In all likelihood, that IHAB structure will be identical to the HALO structure, and so we're going to gain some efficiency. ESA is going to gain some efficiencies there. And then the component at the top is an airlock, and I'll just say that's notional right now. We've had some preliminary discussions with Russia on providing that, but we have a long way to go to get an airlock on board the Gateway. Next chart.
Dan, this is Ruth Gardner. So
yes.
Can existing launch vehicles take the two up together?
That's a great question, Ruth. There's actually a procurement out. We certainly, before we made the decision, we validated that we have one launch provider that can do the job, and so we have checked that box. In fact, if you can go back a chart, I probably should have hit on those bullets. We did put a draft launch services proposal out for May 6th to kind of lay out the requirements that we're expecting to get from a launch provider. And so with the intent that we'll make a selection later in the fall of this year. But yes, we have confirmed, we believe there is one provider. Again, There's an Air Force solicitation out, kind of running in parallel with this. I think they're looking to award in the July time period that, but and that would exist with the long variant as well. So we'll see what we get. There could be options out there when we get the proposals back in. But like I said, we did check with one, and we think we're in good shape there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next chart. Oh, next charts are utilization, so payloads, and again, I kind of go back to the early days of ISS. Early utilization was very important to our science community and to the international partners, and so probably over the last 6 months or so, we formed a team within the Gateway program to see what payloads could be out there, not out there and get ready to be able to be built and tested and launched on the power and propulsion element. And so we work with the NASA, the S&D office at NASA, the STMD office, and all of our international partners, because we wanted the research to be joint across all the partners on Gateway, and had probably a dozen or so payloads that were candidates, but we down selected it to 2. And we plan to fly an ESA radiation instrument package that they will build. We will provide some instruments to that. And then I'll say the beauty of this is we have reached agreement with all the international partners where we will share the research across all entities. And then the second one we selected was a space weather instrument that observes solar particles and solar wind created by the sun. That'll also get integrated on the power and propulsion element. Our intent, and in fact, our baseline is we will use Canadian robotic adapters to install these on the power and propulsion element. And so basically CSA will be providing both halves of that interface. We bolt a half to the power and propulsion element. In fact, they'll launch pre-integrated. But the robotic interfaces allows us to change those payloads out over the life of the Gateway. And when I talk about the GLS contract here in a couple slides, that's where we intend to fly up additional external payloads to allow that swapping with the robotic devices on Gateway. Next chart. Oh, here, and so the GLS, so many of you know, we just recently selected SpaceX to fly cargo up to the Gateway, and quite honestly, it's used for, I'll say, lunar logistics. We can use it for multitudes of capabilities that we might need. Carry your typical cargo, your experiments, food, clothing, water. We eventually see the EMU suits flying up in this logistics vehicle. It's got a tremendous amount of capability with 5 metric tons that can be delivered. When we do some preliminary work, we think 5 metric tons, when you consider supplies for the crew, can get us an extended duration stay on Gateway up to about 60 days. And so we'll be refining that, but that's what some of the initial data looks like. We also wanted to use the GLS on Gateway for research. And so we put in the solicitation and have agreement for 6 months minimum stay and up to a year. Obviously, with a 30-day lunar mission, you won't need it to stay that long to support. I mean, the Gateway or the logistics could be done with its mission after 30 days effectively, but we wanted to, again, use it for extended research opportunities in the vicinity of the moon. Then obviously we do trash removal. It has automated rendezvous, prop-stop, and docking, and so we can certainly undock the vehicle in an uncrewed fashion. We got it under a firm fixed price, 2 missions guaranteed. We have quite a tremendous value overall on the GLS contract, and there is certainly on-ramp capabilities for future providers. One of the things we do plan to do is use this GLS service to carry up the Canadian arm, and so we'll be working with SpaceX to go do that. That's probably in the 26 time period. Next chart. We've done a lot of work with our international partners, especially, I'll say, CSA, ESA, and JAXA. CSA plans to contribute, I'll say, a big arm that has the slinky effect that can walk around On the grapple fixtures, we'll also have some dexterous capability from CSA. ESA plans to bring a comm antenna to the HALO that we'll actually pre-install on that initial mission, and that'll be used for lunar comm. ESA also plans to provide the IHAB, and so they're working with JAXA to go outfit that IHAB, so it's kind of a combination, and that's why we call it the International HAB. JAXA will be providing the ECLIS and the thermal control systems, and ESA providing basically the rest of the outfitting in the IHAB. And then also ESA plans to build that refueler that I talked about called the Spree, and we'll hook that up to a HALO radio port. We've plumbed that to allow that transfer, again, of xenon and the biprop from a Spree through HALO and into the PPE tanks for long-term use. And then also part of the contribution that's kind of been, or again, contribution from ESA is the ESMs for Orion. They kind of play into, I'll say, the benefit side of this. And so these are what I talked about is the contributions. Obviously, we're working through all the MOUs right now with the international partners, CSA, again, primarily CSA, ESA, and JAXA. And the discussion on the table is quite honestly flight crew opportunities. And so based on contribution, number of flight opportunities is what's being discussed with the partners right now. And one of the good things I think as well, a little bit different than the international program, is we've embedded all the international partners and their technical teams into our normal routine of meetings that we have. And they sit and are a board member on all of our control boards as well. And so it's cutting out a lot of layers of integration with the international partners. You know, we do have, Roscosmos on this page. I would tell you those are we're not nearly as far along with those guys as we are with the other three international partners. Very, very preliminary stages of discussions with Roscosmos. The other three are in serious negotiations at the MOU level. Again, contributions versus benefits. We have been targeting Roscosmos and have had some discussions with them with the provision of an airlock, but we have a lot more work to go get that finalized with them. Next chart. So I mentioned we're doing an in-house EVA. We plan to build the first two lunar suits for the 2024 mission in-house, as well as the test unit that will fly up to the ISS in 2023. And then we're going to be looking for a production contract and sustaining contract that'll build all the follow-on suits for the Gateway, for the additional human lander missions, as well as taking care of the ISS and eventual replacement of the EMUs on ISS with the extension of ISS out to 2028, 2030. So all that work is underway. The suit right now is almost to going to have a Delta PDR later this summer. We are impacted a little bit by COVID. We had been developing what we call the DBT unit, which is very high engineering quality components that we could actually string together to make up the PLIS, and we could do thermal vacuum testing on it. And so that is planned to be still completed by the end of the year. We're working with, I'll say, the center of getting that activity turned back on in the next phase of, I'll say, reopening here at JSC. And so we have that on the books as well. Our requirements are in very good shape. I mentioned we'll have a Delta PDR in summer of 2020. That's to pick up anything we may have missed in the initial specification of the suit. We always thought this was going to be the lunar suit. The Delta PDR is primarily picking up some of the lunar aspects of it as far as the lower garment, and so we're working on that right now. Like I said, we are engaged in industry. Had an industry day actually yesterday. I think we had over 100 participants virtually, 10 to 12 one-on-ones with individual contractors. We're looking for feedback on our statement of work and the construct of the actual contract. And so, again, making very good progress on the XEMU. Doug did mention earlier, I think it was Doug or Marshall, that mass is a big deal, especially when we're trying to go fly these things in the landers. And so we do have mass reduction exercises underway. We think there's some rather easy fixes to go make and some longer term solutions. And so we'll be bringing those back up through Lisa and her HLS team, as well as working up back through Mark Kirsich and eventually to Doug to talk about some of the mass reduction capabilities that we can do. The next chart.
Hey, Dan, Mike L.A. Sorry
Yeah,
to
Mike.
interrupt, and good to hear your voice.
Yeah.
On the contract for the XEMU, can you talk about the contract vehicle? Is it a broad agency announcement or a Space Act agreement or a standard FAR contract, and when you might let it? And do you plan to pick several or one supplier and do one or several and do a fly-off, or kind of overall picture of what that all looks like?
Great question, L.A. Certainly we want to get it, I'll say the vendor on board by the end of the calendar year. So that's certainly our goal. With industry yesterday, and I say our draft solicitation out there and our drafts out, that's exactly what we asked for, is that kind of feedback, is what kind of contract mechanism does industry out there think makes the most sense for this type of work. And so it's hard for me to answer that now. I think we're going to take all the inputs serious that we got from the different vendors, and we'll come up with a strategy going forward.
And is the funding line for that, where does that live?
That lives in the Gateway program, including right now suits for the ISS. I say from a HEO level, you could bookkeep it under parts of it under Lander, parts of it under the ISS program, parts of it under Gateway. We elected to, I think rightfully so, to consolidate all those requirements, all that budget into one location, and it's in the Gateway budget right now. So we have X number of suits planned in there for Kirk on the ISS. Obviously, as his needs grow over time, the number of suits that would get placed on this EVAPS contract is very flexible, and we can certainly accommodate additional suits. But we accommodated, at least in this budget submit, suits out through, I want to say, we're spending money on suits through 2028, with 2026 being in this budget horizon.
Got it. Thanks, Dan.
Okay.
Dan Wayne Hale, I got a question on suit requirements. The administrator has been talking for a long time about resources at the South Pole of the Moon. Are these suits got a requirement to be able to get into a very cold situation and do work there? I mean, how are they going to support that eventual mining of the lunar frozen water in there?
Yes, so it's a great question. I would tell you that the cold is going to be very, very challenging for long durations with the existing suit requirements that we have. That could be a potential upgrade. Right now, if we go into deep shadow for prolonged period of times, and Wayne, I can't remember what it was, that we had to come back out initially. And so I'd say recognized as a concern going in with this firmly, and especially on the cold side. I know the team is working it, but it is one of the I'll say, longer term risks that they're tracking.
I just remember when Story Musgrave got frostbite on his hands for too cold EVA. So we want to make sure that crews are protected for whatever environment we send them into.
Sure. And we certainly have heaters, but I think some of the temperatures they were showing versus their design qual spec were beyond that. And so again, I know the team's working it, and it's something that we certainly want to consider for. And I don't know if it's necessarily an upgrade, but I don't see it as a driver for the first 24 or 25, 26 missions that we plan to go do. I mean, there's a lot of, in the next chart, kind of talks about kind of our development plan. I will tell you there's a lot of lessons learned that we've learned off 30, 40-year history of the EMU on ISS. Things like, don't have your air loop and your thermal water loop kind of in the same loop. And so, quite honestly, that is what got us in trouble with Luca on EVA 23. And so trying to take a lot of lessons learned, apply those to the XEMU. Some of the areas of things that would be required, not necessarily required, but that certainly for an ISS suit, that you could reduce some of the requirements on, certainly for the initial gateway suit or the lander suit is some of the redundancy that we have built in. That's one of the components are being built very, very modularly. And so you can take components off and go perform your mission if that's what we'd like to do. That's just one example of some of the mass reduction capabilities that we have. Done a lot of work with the pressure garments. I think we've for some time talked about shoulder injuries, so the team has done a tremendous amount of work on bearings and accessibility inside the suit. The vehicle interface and flight support equipment, those are some components. If you talk about on the U.S. airlock on the ISS, it's called a UIA panel. We plan to provide, as part of this project as well, simplified panels for the interfaces between the EVA suit and the umbilicals, and give the suit kind of a standard interface across, I'll say, the multiple lander providers. The back side of that panel would be where the oxygen comes in. I'll say the water recharge systems come in. But we have that pretty well nailed down as far as a standard set of interfaces for that. And then the team has done a lot of work with the Apollo tools. Pulled out some of those, actually, some of the spare units that they had. Have really tried to refine those, make them significantly lighter weight. So we're trying to come up and fly a standard set of tools for the crew while on the surface. Not anything related to, I'll say, unique research equipment, but just, the typical, the hammers, the crowbars, or whatever kind of things, the pickup scoops that you might need. So that's part of this program as well, in a simplified set of tools.
Dan, this is Nancy Ann Budden. Question on the EVA tools. Having worked on some of that stuff back at Johnson, I'm wondering, do you know if they've done some upgrades, upgrade technologically for the sample storing and curating, so that it might even be voice activated or some such, to save time? That it ended up being really time intense during Apollo.
Nancy, I have not heard that aspect of it, and what modifications they're making to the existing tool sets. Certainly, I don't see us having any kind of voice-activated tool for the initial missions. But we can certainly go back, and we can certainly get back with information of some of the upgrades. Some of those, again, it gets into the lessons learned that they had from Apollo. I know, I just don't have them off the top of my head. I know they've taken those into the consideration when they're developing this new tool suite. But we'll take that back for sure.
Okay, copy that. Thanks. And is it JSC that's still working this?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. I'd appreciate a POC if you can dig it up. The person who's doing that.
I can give you the name right. Jesse Buffington is the best person I can give you right now for this.
Okay, great. I'll circle back with you to get some contact info. Thank you.
You bet. Look forward to it. Okay. Next chart. No, that was it, Wayne. So happy to answer any additional questions.
And I appreciate you bringing the discussion. It's been very helpful. I want to ask you the question that everybody asks me about the Gateway, and I hope it's a softball question and you got the prepared response. But if we don't need the Gateway for the first lunar landing on Artemis 3, what do we need the Gateway for at all? So why don't you take that question and run with it for a minute?
Yeah, sure. Glad to. So well, certainly, and Doug hit it and Marshall hit it a little bit, it's the overall sustainability. of landers for the long duration, right? If we can not have to develop and fly an ascent vehicle and keep that attached to the gateway for long periods of time, multiple reuses, I think there's significant benefits in that. And we are designing the gateway with that in mind. You know, as we go further, when we get the IHAB up there, and even Marshall was talking about the TransHab, or what we're now calling the ECM. I think you'll probably hear a little bit about that tomorrow. That allows you to have significantly longer mission duration times. Again, you're going to be, you're going to have a logistics discussion about how many logistics vehicles you want to take up there. But when I talked about SpaceX, we could do, with the right ecosystem on Gateway, and the mass carrying capability of what SpaceX has, you doubled your crew time basically from 30 days to 60 days. You can invest in additional logistics mission and extend that further. And to me, that has tremendous benefit from, I'll say, the human research aspects of living in deep space, again, thinking Mars forward. Obviously, we could demonstrate with the crew there a significant number of additional hardware technologies, but I would say also operational approaches that we can think about with the longer stays on board Gateway. And the other, Wayne, it's kind of the intangible, and I remember Tommy talking to me about this several years back. There's an intangible effect of nation building, international partner participation in this as well, and that's hard to kind of market, I'll say, or put a dollar value on it, but nations coming together in the peaceful exploration of space, I think, goes a tremendously long way. So that'd be my 3 or 4 minutes.
Dan, is there a requirement for the landers then to be reusable?
I don't know, Lisa, you on? Not certainly for the 24 time period, or Doug, or 24 time period, but certainly the next mission, I think, is when they plan to kick in the sustainability phase of the lander. But Lisa's much more adept at that than I am.
Hey, Dan, this is Lisa. Yeah, you said it correctly. For 24, reusability is not a requirement. For future out missions, for sustainability, reusability is one of the factors.
Thank you.
Anybody else for Dan? Question? Well, thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate it, and good luck. It's a big job out there, and you got a lot of moving parts. And speaking of moving parts, here's Lisa, and welcome to this public session. We've been waiting to get to a point in the program where we could have you come to a public session and talk about the HLS program. So we're all excited to have you here. So please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. So I am Lisa Watson-Morgan, the program manager for HLS, and this is my first time addressing you guys, and I'm really thrilled to be here doing that today. So if we'll go ahead and start with the next slide. So an overview of some things that you may or may not heard of, I'm sure you have. On April 30th, we were so thrilled to award 3 contracts for HLS, and they are firm fixed price, broad agency announcements. Complete lander systems were proposed. I think Doug mentioned earlier we had very different designs, and I would say substantively different designs. We achieved the innovation that we were searching for from U.S. industry. I think it was really interesting to see how keeping your requirements relatively high level, but still saying the things that you need the systems to do, the variety of approaches that we found, that all 3 closed from a physics, first order physics and integrated performance type review, from our evaluation panel and our team. So we found that to be very, very satisfying, actually. So we awarded base period awards to 3 contractors starting May, ending in February of 21. Next slide. And so the next 3 slides I will go through and just talk briefly about each team that we awarded to. And in the middle, you'll see how much they were awarded for the base period. And I do want it noted, I think this is really, this is critically important. Each company was able to tell us what they needed from a fiscal, from a dollar standpoint. They said, here's our design. Here's what we need from you in order to act on this design and help execute. And so the dollars you see are representative of that negotiated funding of the request that the offerors made. So that's, I think, just because they are different, but we were, again, provided with, like we said, quite different solutions. So there is a blue team that is comprised of Blue Origin, working through the descent, or responsible for the descent element. They have a 3-stage architecture. Blue is also the integrator of this team. And then they have the ascent element, heritage from Orion there, from Lockheed Martin, and they have a transfer stage that's being provided by Northrop Grumman. And so they have also Draper as a partner for their different avionics software GNC. And they proposed to fly on the New Glenn and then the ULA Vulcan rocket. So this was their initial proposal to us. We have had kickoffs with all 3 of our winners of the solicitation, and it has been really exciting to see where their proposal data was, and then get to hear where they are now, which it's just great to see the progress that they continue to make, from the time that they dropped proposals to us to now. So this is a large team, obviously, with the different people that you see there. And this looks somewhat like-ish the government reference design, not exactly, but it does have similarities in that it is a 3-element architecture. And they did also propose to have a test flight of the descent element. And one of the first things that we're doing as a NASA team is looking through their verification and validation plans, and that's where we'll be able to make a determination on the satisfactory levels of their test like you fly type mentality. So we need to go through everybody's designs, not just Blue, obviously. We're looking through every contractor's design, and we will be assessing things like that. Next slide.
Lisa, this is Ruth Gardner. I had asked this of Doug earlier. So at the end of this base period, where will you be? What's PDR? Will there be any testing, demonstrations, anything like that?
So the most of the test demonstrations are scheduled anyway, not in this FY, and should be after the February timeframe. So we will have performed a down select before we are able to do major testing. Now we could have thrust chamber assembly testing, we could have component testing, we could have other smaller testing. But as far as, what I think you're alluding to, it would be later on before that type of testing would occur.
Okay. Also, with the launch vehicles that they're proposing, at least one of them hasn't flown yet. How are you going to handle certification, or is that going to be done by LSP or something else?
So that's a good question on the. So I will tell you on all three of the providers and the contractors that we have, no one has a launch vehicle that has been certified. And so so it's not just the one. None of them have. It's an integrated lander contract, and they have to have 3 successful launches, before they launch. We do have LSP on providing insight to us, and DRD is associated with that. We have other folks who are looking from, an integrated performance standpoint, as well as just following along to give us lines of the sand with respect to the different design reviews, not just on the spacecraft part of the system, what we would call the lander, in addition, the launch vehicle portion, because obviously without a ride, the payload does not thrive. So.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Sure. I think you asked another question. I'll hold it. I was going to talk to you a little bit about the number of civil servants and contractors, but let me go through the different contractors, and then I'll jump over to that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So Dynetics, Leidos company, is the second company, and you can see what they were awarded for the base period. And just a reminder again, these were negotiated prices that again, here's what they said we needed, and our team assessed it and reviewed from a physics and fiscal standpoint and said, okay, yep, we agree, this sounds about right. So something different here, as you can see, the other design was a lot taller design from the surface. You can see this is a much closer, maybe to the surface of the moon, you could say. With that, there's good and bad with that. Obviously, it's good for the crew because you want to, you don't want to have a long distance that you have to climb the ladder. Helps you for abort scenarios if you have incapacitated crew. If you have a 30, rung ladder to try to pull up an incapacitated person, even with a rope, it can prove difficult. So regardless, this one has a unique design there. You can see those, I guess they're tannish. Maybe those are the MPVs, the modular propellant vehicles. Those are launched individually and separately, and they have a descent and ascent combo element. They're calling their single element there. That is launched together. They're launching on the ULA Vulcan rocket with the Centaur 5 extended duration mission kit needed for that type of stage vehicle. And it's so being low to the surface, though, you can also have plume impingement. So it's with any design, anything good, how it is. You have to weight it from an analytic standpoint with the risks and the benefits. So that's one of the things we'll definitely be looking with them about. And I will say it's also important to say that all three of our providers are able to dock with either Gateway or Orion, which is great. We are just clarifying to them, as you heard earlier Doug say, and then again with Dan, that we are asking them to receive the crew from Orion for the 2024 mission, and then later on they will need to be able to dock with Gateway. All right, next slide. So the third company that we awarded to is SpaceX, and they, interestingly, over time, they started out, we had an Appendix C, and they started out with a 3-element architecture and evolved over time to their Starship architecture. I will say all three of these proposals and providers meet all of our requirements, meet or exceed, I should say. And you can see this is quite different than what you saw before on the other two. Uniquely, their hatch is about 26 meters up. They have an elevator. They have 2 airlocks, a ton of space for the crew, a ton of space. They have the ability to deliver 2,000 kilograms to the surface, so they do not have an issue delivering any supply and cargo, all the other stuff that the crew would need, where maybe the other two designs are a little more mass restricted and challenged. It will fly on the SpaceX Super Heavy, and that's, it's a very interesting type of OpsCon. They each have, very different con ops, which is that is also okay, and they require refueling in space, some significant refueling. But I will also say, after hearing their kickoff, they have made a tremendous amount of progress. And earlier on, I know at the beginning we were, initially there were some discussions on commercial and how ready is commercial and what things can they do and can't they do. And I would say we are obviously vested and interested in what they can and can't do. I will say I have been impressed over the past 5 years of the things that commercial have successfully tried that I know NASA never would have. So it is very advantageous, I think, for us to have a balanced approach and let commercial do and drive where they can, and have NASA in there with a blended team, with our collaborative folks, and with our safety culture, slowing them down when appropriately, ensuring we have the right amount of tests, that we have confidence in what we're doing. But, I can look at some of the things on Commercial Crew today, and NASA I do not believe, would have approved and tried it, and some of the things that I have seen them be successful at. If it was, just us back in the maybe 10 years ago. So next slide. So that gets us to, what does our base period look like? So it's a 10-month period, and we will be doing design and development work. And that's what CLIN 1 is. It's everything for the 2024. We have a CLIN 2 that will let them provide design work only for their sustaining mission, and that's the future one that will dock with Gateway. The CLIN 3 is our long leads. So for this one, we will have to approve their long leads, just because we didn't get all the money initially that we had wanted for that, and so we believe we can still fund many of the long leads. We're just going to have to look at that on a case by case basis. And then we have CLIN 4, which is one of my favorites. It's your special studies. So, it's tasks that we want them to go in and look at. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take that expertise that we've developed over the years working on the government reference design, and we have years working on it with very detailed, in-depth efforts. We have JPL's Team X also coming in with some fresh eyes, looking at what our team has done, and now they're an integrated aspect of our team. So collectively, we are looking at what areas of high risk do we have in general going to the moon. Are there things with respect to the engines that we could look at that could help schedule? Are there things with how we're going to dock or mate? Are there things with respect to the launch vehicle? All the various trades that you would anticipate, that's where we can ask the contractor and pay them to say, okay, I see your design, I see what you have, I see your technology. Now, we want you to trade this technology for what you have, and then give us a schedule update and et cetera, and be able to make data-driven decisions based accordingly. Next slide. Okay, so, everybody has challenges and everybody has risks, and these are, somewhat sanitized, but in general, it's you can look at the design and pretty much be able to tell this. No one has a launch vehicle that's certified and ready to go. So launch vehicle maturity is a big risk for us across the board. We mentioned that SpaceX had, numerous launches for refueling. Well, so that is somewhat complex. Well, then when you look at the other two, though, they have complex integrated propulsion systems. And then you look at that, then developments that have to occur. And, we know that propulsion system developments can take a long time. And so these are just areas of watch for us, areas that we're going to keep our eye on, and these are areas that we may or may not decide to make trades on with the contractor team. The crew egress, ingress, then like we said, damage to their vehicle based on plume induced items with respect to how low slung the AE is for them. And then looking at the bottom, so we know that, all programs, especially going back to the moon, there are significant risks. And we do have a government team of people, as I said, including, JPL, they're part of the government team, that are going to provide collaborative support. So today, we have 375 equivalent personnel working the program. Now, if you want to break that down, that's around 225 civil servants or FTEs and about 150 WIEs, and those are support contractors, in line with NASA. Now, we're slower to ramp up on the WIEs because we've been waiting for award and to get them on board, and it just takes a few weeks, so there was a slight lag there, but we are ramping up as we speak. We are projected to have our EPs at around 560 by September of this year, and we are on target for that. Now, our initial plan was 660, so we're going to be pressing the gas really hard to get everybody on board. Our first 3 months are critically important to us because we're going through design and construction standard, we're calling it adjudication, and what we're doing is giving everybody 15 weeks with the same team of NASA experts, subject matter experts, and DNC owners, the people who own those standards of how to do things, working with that team, with the responsible engineers at the various companies to come up with, do we agree that these two standards are equivalent? And if they don't meet that, and our team is certainly incentivized to get to an answer. So this isn't a NASA dragging its feet. You just have to use NASA's, standard. That's not our intent. That's why we kind of hand-selected the lead, came up with a 6-step process, and we've already kicked off the aggregate meeting and then had individual meetings with the various companies, and we are, contracts are being signed and delivered today, and then folks will start digging into the standard details. And so everyone is definitely motivated to come to an agreed to resolution. And so the reason we did this up front, I'm sure it's very clear, is that there are many programs that spend years arguing back and forth about standards. And then if you don't have that nailed down, then how do you know systemically either that they, are doing what they're purported, doing, and then B, trusting that, we can talk the same language, from an engineering standpoint. So all of that was something that we learned from many programs. Commercial Crew, obviously, Kathy Leaders has been really good to pass along a lot of her lessons to us, and to me personally, and that's been incredibly beneficial. And this also helps us to set up our COFR from the beginning, our certification of flight readiness, and how we're going to handle the FRRs, because we're trying to go in from the beginning saying, hey, here's what we expect at the end, and, formally go through all that. And we we selected our data requirements documents in that fashion in order to have the information that we would need and still have a relatively light touch. So next slide. I've already touched on the potential trades, and these may or may not get put on them, and we may or may not have more. We are just assessing the TRL of the various systems that they proposed. And some of our team was part of the evaluation plan, but not everybody. So for some people on our team, many people, the majority of our team, this will be the first time they've seen these designs and these components and their systems. I mentioned the inter-element mechanisms for mating. that could be a trade that we may ask the contractors to do. I know Dan mentioned for our XEMU suits, we're talking with him and with the suit team at JSC on what levers they have. What would we need to shift? I mean, could that be a shorter EVA? Could that be, what could that entail? How can we get the mass out of the suits? And so we're working jointly very well across on trying to see what options do we have there. And again, I think you heard from Marshall Smith, who talked to you about the orbit. And so we're just looking at other options to see, how does it affect us, and how does it affect getting to the moon on schedule. Next slide. So I think I know you're very familiar with this. So we do have InSight. It's just the traditional NASA work of InSight, and we, like I said, we have contract deliverables that folks are starting to pour through. We have the goal of that, as I mentioned, is our certification of flight readiness. We have program-directed tasks that will be intended to understand their designs, their processes, and to make sure that they are following those as they said they are. InSight goes in and looks for that. It looks for compliance. We'll do independent checks. And it's not just on the design and construction standards. I also want to discuss that it is on our safety and mission assurance requirements and our health and medical requirements, which are critically important. And the health and medical requirements, I think, as you know, are deeply tied to the design of the various lander systems. And we have folks on that 15-week process that are working all of those hand in hand together. Well, virtual to virtual, not really hand in hand because we're not able to go see them. But we are doing all this virtually so far successfully. Now, it's important to note that while we do, definitely support, commercial approaches and their innovation, by no means will they be responsible for the mission when the crew is on. So we launch uncrewed, and, we're making it very clear that it is NASA's responsibility, led by FOD, lander flight ops team, and they're going to be in charge. Now, we definitely want to have people from the contractors team supporting that office. We have Corey Kerr leading up that office for us. She's at JSC. We also, just letting them know that we expect MCCH to be to be the hub, and training will occur there, and all the stuff that you would that we would expect from their years of experience. So the blended team is definitely welcomed, and we definitely want them in the MER or engineering support side and other positions, but they will not be making the calls when NASA crew is doing any portion of the mission. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so collaboration is really, it's the term that we are using to talk about formalizing government experts alongside the contractors. But as I'm sure your past experience, this is no different than any other program I've ever worked. Anytime the contractor and NASA felt like there was an issue and NASA had experts, well, we either ran a parallel effort, or we did a risk reduction activity, or we came in and helped, with a heat shield or some part of some system to do hands-on work that we have expertise in. So what we did with the BAA was we formalized that. We just said, hey, we're going to do it and expect it. And we're going to review your collaboration plan to see how you think you could use us. But just so they know, the program office is the one who determines who goes where, and because we have to look across the agency, look at the subject matter experts across, look at the skill mix, and look at center head count. So, we can't just get everybody from, Langley. We can't get everybody from, fill in the blank, Kennedy. We are going to have to look across and use all the experts across. And so they can do any number of activities and will, and that also includes the up to 50 at no charge to the contractor. They get 50 equivalent personnel to help them with their work. And then we have an advanced development office. It's also like a risk reduction office for us. We have directed tasks will be focused for the 2024 mission to see if they can help us, in Tiger Team, helping the contractor come up with how, ways to improve schedule. And then their job, their focal for the sustaining part of the program will be to help mature the various immature type technologies to help increase TRL. Next slide. And that is what I have today.
Okay. Lisa, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a little bit of a follow-on schedule question. This is Wayne Hale. I have a little bit of a follow-on schedule question, if I could. I was going back to Doug Lavero's discussion of the original lunar module back in the 60s and how long it took to develop. And we're going to finish this phase 1 contract in February of next year, I think, and that brings us down to under 4 years to go. Is that going to be equivalent at being at a PDR stage? I mean, how does it lay out from there forward? Is that you're thinking you've got contractors that are at a PDR stage and you can select however many you want to select and they go from there, or what?
Yeah, that's a good way to I think capture it. We will be we have a continuation review is what we were calling it, and it has many of the items from a milestone, from a readiness level, drawings, the kind of things that you would expect. So it doesn't have everything. And so what we're doing right now on the government side is, we put that, we're calling it a CR, the continuation review. It's a procurement activity. So that's on the contract, and everyone has data to deliver for that. So our plan is to review, obviously, all that data. Our system engineering and integration team is taking that and looking at, okay, here are the gaps that we would have to need to do a PDR. And then the government could do some of those to make sure, A, we have some independent look into it, and B, to make sure we have the data. Now, if there are gaps in the data, we'll IDIQ, as I said, one of my favorite things, to get the data that we need to fill that hole, if there is one, so we can have the confidence, like you're saying, by February, which is not long. I mean, that is not long at all. And we so the thing is, when I mentioned earlier when we were talking to SpaceX at how impressed I was at the progress they've made, I could say that about each one of them at different levels. No one has just been standing still doing nothing while we've been evaluating proposals and going through the motions of this evaluation and preps for award. Everyone has continued their work on their systems, subsystems, components, teamings, et cetera, and that has helped, help get them ready for it.
So if I could just follow up just a second there.
Sure, go ahead. Sorry.
The traditional way to do these kind of things is you would come to the end of the first phase and then you'd put out another request for proposal, or BAA, whatever you want to call it, and people would develop proposals and they'd go through the evaluation process and and take several months, maybe a year. I guess you're not proposing to do that. Is that?
No. So this base period, we are refining the requirements. We're seeing how close we can get on the design and construction standards. Like I said, the safety, the health and medical, those are going to be important as we start to evaluate who and how many, as well as our funding, to exercise for option A. So with this base period, with the initial proposal, they delivered option A proposals too. Option A would start in February after this 10-month period. So we'll use this first 10 months to analyze their design, to see how far they're getting, to see, if we have confidence in their schedule. Are they following their processes? The typical things, how many drawings do they have? Are they solid? Just in general, have they thought through that software is ubiquitous in every single hardware system that we have these days? Those are the kind of things that the BAA, I guess, allows, and that's permissive for us to go ahead, and that's what gives us the chance to exercise the option A that could give us 1, 2, or 3 contractors who will then work with us to go to 2024.
Okay,
yeah, and hey, Wayne, this is Doug. Can you hear me? Yeah. So the other thing that's a little bit confusing, because you don't have a schedule in front of you for all this. So the actual continuation review, it turns out, happens at 7 months after contract award. And our down select occurs at 10 months. So we'll begin evaluating that semi-PDR state that Lisa just talked about in the October-November timeframe. Do all the work that Lisa talked about to add on to it, so that by the time we get to the down select in 10 months, we'll be well past that stage and ready to down select on who we believe are the 1 or 2 contractors who are most ready to go forward then.
Thanks. Other folks have questions for Lisa?
Hey, this is Jim Voss for Lisa. It seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect somewhere. Doug emphasizes the need for high TRL, no new technology development, but boy, I heard an awful lot of things that are new or not developed yet that will require improving their TRLs and technology development, rocket development. How is it possibly going to fit in with getting there by 2024 to do all this new stuff?
Well, I don't know that we will do the new stuff, Jim. That's a good question. And when I was talking about that CLIN 4, that IDIQ opportunity, and then the potential trades that the team was going to go ask the various contractors to do, and we'll do it based on their designs. And so the ones with the lower TRLs, when you look at whether it be an engine development or a new way to do terrain relative navigation or fill in the blank, then we already have some thoughts and things that we've been doing. When I was talking about our government reference design and our work with JPL, and so we will have thoughts on how we think we could best get there based on the trades we've already made on our own system. And so we'll get with the contractor and say, okay, we're giving you this task, trade this component A for the component, A prime that you have on your system, and we're going to see which one improves schedule, what are the risks, what are the benefits, how does it impact mass, how does it impact performance, etc. So I think it is fairly in step with what Doug was saying.
Other questions for Lisa? We've got her here. Lisa, for a great presentation. As a matter of fact, I want to thank all the NASA presenters for putting together great presentations today. We've got some more tomorrow. You know, I tend to like more data than less data, and I'm going to give the data award to Marshall Smith today, and I really appreciate all the things he presented to us so that we can go off and think about it. We're going to take the next, I think we've got about 45 minutes, Betty, 50 minutes to talk about what our observations are from today. Is that about right, Betty?
That's about right. I also have, I sent to everyone what the template is for the findings and recommendations. Aracina could put that up if you want, and but you can talk about it, and then ultimately people can put it in that format.
Please have Aracina put that up so we have it in front of us. And I'm just going to start. I'm going to go around the committee, and I just want to ask your initial thoughts from today's briefings, and then we'll get into, I think, a more structured discussion about what our observations and recommendations as a committee ought to be. So I'm going to start. Mark McDaniel, I haven't heard much from you. Are you on, and what did you think about what you heard?
Who wants to go first?
I was asking for Mark McDaniel if he's there.
Mark told me he had trouble speaking. I sent him the leader code. I don't know if it's working for him or not.
Okay. Well, let me go up the list then. Jim Voss, you're next on the list here.
Thank you, Wayne. Well, you know, it's all interesting. We get lots of briefings on everything that's going on, but and I know that an awful lot of work is being done, and people are working very hard. But I just think we're spinning our wheels a bit. We're still doing trade studies that we've done, I would guess, 100 times already. If we don't know what's generally the best way to do things right now, we're never going to know. And one of my favorite Russian sayings is there's 1,000 ways of doing things, and most of them are right. We just got to decide sometime what we're going to do and go do it. If we keep studying stuff, we'll just study it forever. So I'm not, I guess it didn't give me great confidence that we are moving forward. We're kind of moving sideways right now. And I understand with Doug wanting to double check things, but my overall impression is that we are sort of marking time right now and redoing things that have been done 100 times and checking things again. Even doing the standards again for HLS. We just did that with Commercial Crew. We ought to know which ones NASA will flex on and which they won't, and just give that to the contractors and let them not waste their time trying to challenge things that NASA's not going to be flexible on. So that's my general impression. I just think we're sort of stagnating again, and we'll never get there if we don't start moving forward.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Bob Seek, your impressions on today?
Yeah, I'm probably adding on to what Jim already said, but and particularly the last presentation, Lisa's, was you look at the challenges and risks, and it talks about the term complexity is referenced often. And I understand that they want to go with the highest TRL that's available in existing systems, but it's like Jim said, you can continue to examine all these systems, and you know, engineers, they'll make things as complex as they can make them, because that's what engineers do, and I think NASA ought to really look at things from the standpoint of the requirements that they've established. They need to be careful what they ask for, because if they ask for a complex system, they're going to get it, and you're also going to get all of the time and expense and schedule ramifications that go with making things more complex than they need to be. And I don't know what the solution of that is, but it's just an observation. I hope we're not making this more difficult than it needs to be. I know it's hard, and it's hard to keep things safe and reliable when you're doing space missions, any of them, particularly to the moon. But if we give everybody the leeway to make things more difficult than they need to be, then they will take it and will have the consequences.
Okay, let's see, Mike L.A., your first impressions from today.
Thanks, Wayne. First of all, regarding Artemis, I tend to agree with Bob and Jim. We have been, kind of pushing this hamster wheel around a lot. I do get that Doug is new and he's got to feel out the team and make some decisions based on knowledge that he could only get by doing exercises like this. But at some point, you've got to sort of decide which way to go. I think more broadly, as regards Artemis, there are much, much greater forces at work than the NAC HEO committee in terms of determining strategic direction. And so while I could opine on the one that we're on, I think we would be better served to focus on the tactical stuff. And I just worry a little bit about the budgetary alignments based on the 2020 appropriation, a likely CR, and how that all maps out. It sounded like the questions were anticipated, therefore they've been thinking about it, but I think that's where we can be helpful, is to do whatever we can to ensure that there are guardrails, I should say, to the path we're on from a financial standpoint. That's all.
Thanks. Tommy Holloway. I heard you out there a minute ago. You are muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask for Holloway?
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, I had several information inputs, which I'm going to send you an email on, rather than spend a lot of time today. They're just observations. But I concur with what was said before, and the impression that I have is that a bunch of people are still acting like the schedule is 28. And I would suggest to you, if you wanted to make 24, they should have started a long time ago with those requirements for the lunar lander, because they got a system that's too complex and too scattered out without any consideration for flight operations to in any way get there by 24.
And you broke up a little bit there, Tommy. Which lunar lander, or was that across the board on the program? Was that last remark correct?
Well, I could say the same thing about continuing to study the trajectories to get in lunar or to get to landing, but they ought to pick one and learn how to make it the best in the world and move on. The old saying, we never follow it, but the old saying is still true. Better is the enemy of good enough. And Hartman somebody put those two systems together in the Gateway, and that was a big step in making it simpler and easier to implement. They need that kind of thinking on the lunar lander instead of all this diverse stuff that they talk about doing. And you really ought to have gone back to the requirements date if you want to make 24. It's too late to do that.
Okay, Tommy, I know we'll have more opportunity for you to talk in a few minutes, too. Let me go ahead to Ruth Gardner.
Yes, Wayne. So, a few things. One, I guess, making the 2024 date with the human lander on new launch vehicles seems like an awful lot of stuff to get done, but between now and then. And I guess the other part of it too would be are you making it harder by having so many options going into it instead of staying focused on maybe one or maybe two concepts? And then I think I mentioned earlier, for the first part of this, the first option or whatever we're calling that, firm fixed price contracts may work, but it seems like we get enamored with firm fixed price contracts, and when you're in a complex development program and you want input into the how it's done, the collaboration part of it, I'm just not sure that's really the best contracting mechanism that we have. And I guess that's it.
Ruth, I think you were cut off right there at the end. I'm sorry.
Oh, where did I get to?
Past the contracting mechanism, you had something else that got cut off.
I think that was the main thing. I guess the one other thing too is kind of keep the way we're using Gateway and keeping it in the mix is going to be a distraction to everything you got to do with the 2024 also. And that was my last comment.
Thanks. Okay, Leroy Chow.
Wayne, this is Mark McNeil. Can you hear
me? Hey, hang on just a second, Leroy. Mark, we hear you, but you are really faint. Can you get closer to the microphone?
Yeah, I'm talking right. Can you hear me now?
Much better, yes. Thank you.
Okay, good. I've been having trouble with my phone all day long. Betty gave me the numbers and everything, and I've been listening to the whole presentation all day long. And the time I want to make comments, but I haven't been able to get my phones working. Anyway, just whenever I can say something, I'll just whenever it's time, just tell me. And now I got the phone working.
Okay, so we're interested in your overall comments for the day.
Okay. Well, I would say, first of all, to Lisa, I think she got one of the hardest jobs at NASA right now. I think that she made an outstanding presentation. She's doing an outstanding job, and just for her to keep up the good work. This morning, when I was going to comment, when Doug was making a conclusion of his presentation, which I thought was outstanding. And I want Doug to know this. When I was on the NASA Advisory Council, Wayne, you know this, I was on the NASA Advisory Council from 2000 to 2005. In just about every meeting, we would talk about commercialization and sustainability. Now, we are now at a time when we are doing that. We're doing commercialization better. We're doing it real good. And the sustainability, that's what Gateway's all about. And we, you remember, Wayne, when we used to talk about NASA Advisory Council meetings, we'd talk about doing something that would transcend administrations, something that when there, we get things started in one administration, another administration comes in, and then boom, it stops. I think Gateway is the way that we can transcend administrations. I think that when Gateway is up there. I think it's an outstanding idea, but when it is up there, we're going to use it. I think NASA will use it. I even think there'll be companies that will use it, and I think that would be one of the biggest things about Gateway is the sustainability, and I mean that's what it's all about. I mean, if we don't have Gateway and we just go one time and maybe two times, and then we're back to what the next administration wants to do. But if we're on the moon, if we've got Gateway and we're on the moon and we're doing the work, then we'll keep doing it, just like the International Space Station. Also, I would like to comment on the NASA TV. I know that hadn't come up, but NASA TV, I think, is doing a tremendous job. I watched a STEM show the other night on that, a STEM presentation, and it was just outstanding. And I think, Wayne, I've been one all this time to talk about the importance of NASA to our next generation, to inspire our next generation. And that's what I think a great deal of NASA is about. And I think they're doing a great job at outreach. I think everybody that made presentations today did an outstanding job, and I commend everybody, and I commend the NASA administrator for everything that they're doing.
Thank you, Mark. Now I'm back to Leroy Chow. It's your turn. Leroy? Yeah,
Hey, Wayne.
Yeah.
It's LA. I'm sorry to interrupt while we're waiting for Leroy, but I do have a hard stop on the hour, so I'll just drop off.
Okay. Let me just say we're going to be discussing. We've got an hour and a half tomorrow, so we'll continue the discussion then. So, good. Okay. Leroy, are you with us? I don't hear him. Let's ask Pat Condon. Pat. I know he was on earlier. I heard his voice. Well, Nancy Ann. We'll go to Nancy Ann. You've done a lot of this over the years. I'm interested in your thoughts for today.
Well, I want to, first of all, double tap on the worried about schedule part. For all the same reasons, I think we all are worried about that schedule being realistic, being maybe politically driven rather than risk driven, particularly in light of budget uncertainties. So I think we've probably said enough about that, but I want to add my name to that list. I want to address something Jim Voss brought up about trade studies. I know, so we did a lot of these trade studies at Johnson Space Center back when it was the Space Exploration Initiative, SEI, back in the day, and it changed names a couple of times. But we did go through lots of trade studies. We went through architecture studies. We had all the centers involved, headquarters, of course. But having said that, a lot of the technologies have greatly advanced over the years and decades. And so some of these trade studies and other studies are pretty essential. And so I know that we don't want to redo what we've already done, but we do need to take a hard look at it in light of new components that we're looking at in terms of navigation, communication. Some of the really basic stuff has really advanced. So I just want to add that to talk about what we're redoing. Something I've been thinking about lately, and it's starting to really worry me. We talked about it a couple of years ago on the NAC, and that is integration. We've got a lot of companies contributing. We got partners. We've got internationals. Integrating continues to be a concern for me. Making everything talk to everything else effectively. I just think there's a risk there. I don't know how we evaluate that risk, but that's something on my list. And I agree with LA that, I think it was LA that said Gateway is starting to look like an afterthought, like an add-on. At some point, someone's going to ask the hard question about, do we need Gateway at all? Does anyone believe that's an essential component? Maybe that's just how the brief flowed today, but it used to be up front and center, and now it seems to be, there's other approaches that seem to be in favor. And I just want to thank all the briefers. I really appreciate, we've had a lot of progress in this, even since our last meeting a few weeks ago. So really appreciate this, and appreciate Doug focusing on it and joining us, and also Wayne and Betty and Renee and Aracenia, thanks for helping us all get online and for getting the meeting organized. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. And let me see. Pat Saunders, are you out there? I always like to hear from you.
Yep, I'm here. It's been interesting because it's particularly interesting hearing what your panel has, or your committee has to say about this, because a lot of it we've been conducting our second quarterly over a period of weeks instead of a period of days, like usual, and in fact we report out on part 2 on Friday. On the trade studies, not sure, but I would lump everything they've done in terms of trade studies that have been done over years and years, because one of the things that is different about what they're doing right now is looking at the risk across all of phase 1 of Artemis, whereas before they were concentrating a lot on when it was EM1 and EM2, and Artemis 1, Artemis 2, and those two, but they weren't really looking at all the 3 and the campaign to get to the moon. So there's a little bit of new look there, and the whole idea of doing the docking demonstration or the proximity operations demonstration was something that wasn't there before, and now it is, and I think those are good. Our panel would echo everything Nancy Ann said about integration, and we have been very concerned about how you're going to integrate so many pieces, but I think Doug is taking a really hard look at that, and actually he alluded to proposed reorganization structures, and I think he's going to address that in those. They still have to get approved, so you can't say too much about that right now. Gateway, maybe they didn't. Right, the sense I have is that they've tried to decouple Gateway from phase 1 of Artemis, which is getting to 2024 or thereabouts, and the first landing, from the sustained operations, and you really do need Gateway if you're going to do anything sustained. You can get there once again, but you really can't do the sustained operations without something like Gateway, and so maybe it needs a better articulation. There was, a real tension between the doing things for sustained operations and doing things to get to achieve a 2024 or nearer term first landing, and I think taking that out of the critical path for the first landing might be a good step, but you really won't get to sustained operations or the longer term objective of learning what you need to learn on the moon in order to get yourself to Mars without the Gateway. So maybe better articulation of what that does for you is important.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple of things. First of all, I don't know if this will show up. Can you, in my video, please?
Wayne, this is Pat. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, you were not able to hear me when you called upon me earlier. I can either wait until after you make your comments, or I can do them before, whichever you'd prefer.
No, go ahead now, Pat.
Well, thanks. First of all, I really appreciate all the briefings. I've learned something every time we go through one of these, and as usual, the briefings were quite well done. I do concur with many of the concerns that were expressed earlier, and I kind of frame it maybe just a little bit differently, going back to Apollo, Gemini, and Mercury experience. Obviously, we were doing a lot of things for the very first time. We were inventing things as we went along, but there was an awful lot of rehearsal, I'll call it, before we attempted landing humans on the moon. And if you look back to that time period, on almost every one of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo missions, something fairly major went wrong during the mission. And we were able to work through that. But the fact that we had a fairly extensive set of rehearsals before we ever attempted getting humans on the moon really paid off big time. And in the Artemis program, if you look at it, there aren't very many rehearsals. And given that the fact that we know a lot more now than we did back during the Apollo time, and technology has improved tremendously, simulations have improved tremendously, the fact remains is that there's still a fairly high degree of risk without a lot of rehearsal time to work through those risks. And so anything that can be done to reduce the risk before we attempt Artemis 3, I think is a step in the right direction. And Tommy mentioned earlier, the fact that we're putting the PPE and HALO together on the ground and launching them together rather than trying to do that in orbit is a great step. But I really commend the work that's being done to reduce the risk. But I still have an awful lot of concern given the fact that there aren't very many rehearsal opportunities before we're going to attempt Artemis 3. So I'll leave it at that. We can discuss it more later if you wish. The second thought that I've got is I have lost the bubble a little bit. Granted, right now there's a huge amount of focus on Artemis, which I think is perfectly appropriate, is perfectly understandable, and perfectly reasonable. But we also need to keep in mind that we're also talking about going to Mars with a human exploration mission sometime, hopefully in the 2030s, and that's not very far away. And I've kind of lost the bubble on who is the program manager, if you will, for a Mars human exploration mission. Who is it that is integrating the robotic missions that we have going on and will have going on Mars, on the Mars surface, to learn things that will enable a human exploration mission? Who is it that is integrating that with the things that we want astronauts to do on the surface of the moon that will lead toward a capability for a human exploration onto Mars? And so at some point, I would appreciate hearing a little bit more about what is our Mars thinking and how does Artemis play into that? How do the robotic missions that are ongoing on Mars play into that? Who's developing the CONOPS and the concepts for human exploration to Mars? So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. They're good thoughts. And on that last part, I believe Tom Kremen's presentation tomorrow may address some of those subjects. So
yeah, I noticed that on the agenda, and I was hoping that would be the case. So good.
Yeah, I hope so. So I just wanted to show. I can people see this on the screen? This showed up on my doorstep yesterday. The NASA history office sends me sometimes copies of their new publications, and this one caught my attention because it's got like I'm just going up to a random page, it's got all the different lander concepts that have been studied for the last, since 1969. And so
Wayne, we're not seeing that. You might send it to Aracena. Maybe she can show it.
You can't see my little video screen? On my little TV screen.
Hey, Betty, if Aracena stops sharing her screen, Wayne will go full screen. If Aracena just stops sharing.
That's okay. It's okay.
There you go.
It's a new
book.
You
do it now.
Okay. A new book out from the NASA history office after Lynn, and it's got all the studies. It's a big, thick book, just chock full of different lander studies over the last almost 50 years now, edited by this guy that you may have heard of, John Connolly. And I just thought, wow, this is, when we're talking about the different trade studies, this has been going on for a long time. It clearly doesn't have the proposals that just went in through the HLS office. It kind of ends with Altair. But, people have been studying on this for a long time. I have a couple of points that I wanted to make from today. Number one is I applaud what Doug is doing with the organization. We have said either publicly, formally, or privately, informally for a long time that this project going to the moon and on Mars needs better integration. And there was not an overall program manager at headquarters, nor was there an effective integration organization at headquarters. And I think Doug coming in has recognized that and is moving out to rectify those things, which I think are among the biggest risks in this, at least technical risks in this whole program. So I want to commend that, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to overnight, we're going to have homework assignments. I'm actually going to draft up a finding or a recommendation, I haven't decided which, for that regard, and send it on the email, and tomorrow afternoon we can discuss the merits of making
Wayne, may I make a comment?
Certainly.
I agree completely 100% with what you just said, but I think you ought to look at the details of what the implementation. The organizations like it the way it is because they don't have a third party in the middle, and so you have to watch how this thing gets implemented, or it won't be any better than the way it is today.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And I think one of the things that the previous AA did that we were all becoming increasingly uncomfortable with is that it was the de facto program manager, and all decisions went to his level. And I think Doug is wise enough to pick a program manager that will make the appropriate level decisions while he does all the other things that an associate administrator needs to do. So that would be my first observation. Like many of you, I am a little weary of trade studies. I mean, I understand people are doing good work, and there's still some things to be decided. But I'm a little in the court of Jim Voss that we need to pick a path and head down that path. So I'm wondering if, Jim, if you could take the action overnight to, since you brought it up, volunteers get what they deserve, to write up a finding or recommendation along the lines of the template you see on the screen here about, picking a path and getting on with it, and maybe spending less time on the trade studies. Thirdly, I am very concerned about the schedule, and I'm concerned about it for two reasons. Number one, both the shuttle accidents were caused by people being in too much of a schedule hurry. So on the one hand, I'm worried about safety. When you pick a point in time and you're counting days down to it, and it causes me a lot of heartburn, and I'm thinking about how to deal with that. It's always good to have a schedule. You have to have a schedule. But on the other hand, I would like to see a backward, right to left kind of resource-loaded schedule. If I were a program manager in this, and I'm not looking for that job, you would start with, November 30th, 2024, moon landing. Number one, Artemis 3, landing number one, and start working your way backwards and have a chart showing all the piece parts, a plan that shows all the piece parts that have to come together to do that, all the way back to, May 15th, 2020, and make sure you have the resources to do that. And it's not at all clear to me that there are enough people assigned to this to make it happen, and so I would really like to encourage having a complete, integrated, and it's impossible at this stage, but you got to take a crack at it. Schedule that shows the interdependencies and when things are required to be done. I really think, particularly in the HLS world, and I applaud Lisa for trying to make it work, but particularly in the HLS world, we are behind the gun to get anything done by December of 24. And so I think it would be very helpful. We talk about starting to evaluate proposals in October and making a selection in February. I don't know if that's soon enough. Well, maybe you could take a little bit longer, but my recommendation would be to do that. So let's see. Jim, I asked you to do pick a path, to go with it kind of resolution. I'm going to do a finding. I say resolution, recommendation, finding. I'll do a finding draft on program integration and program management. Basically, liking what we're hearing and want to see more. Would somebody like to take on a schedule resolution recommendation? Okay.
Hey Wayne, I noticed you didn't ask me if I wanted to do it. Now you're being nice.
Yeah, I'm being nice. Okay. Does that mean you'll do both, Jim?
I want to really focus on one thing.
Okay.
But I will be pleased to try to do something for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Other findings or recommendations that committee members think we should at least draft up to have a discussion on tomorrow afternoon? Well, folks, we had a number of folks talk about things. So this is where we earn our pay, is giving advice. So I'm looking for folks that will step up to the line and propose finding or a recommendation, advice to the associate administrator or the administrator. And again, you want to take a look at the plans and make a recommendation against the HLS system? I don't think can folks hear
Wayne, I'm here, but I'm not comfortable doing that one. That wasn't one that was burning for me.
Which one was burning for you?
I was talking about the schedule.
Why don't you take the schedule one then? Think of a recommendation on schedule.
Someone teams up with me. Pat, you want to do this with me?
Sure.
And who was the first one who kicked that out? We might reach back. Was that, I forget who first brought that one up. Okay, well, Pat and I will take a swipe at it. We'll get you something. Do you want that tonight, Wayne?
No, tomorrow morning.
Or in the, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we're going to discuss it again. Okay.
And I think that's an opportunity too to talk a little bit more about risk reduction as we talk about the schedule.
So should we have a finding on simplification and risk reduction?
Well, Wayne, again, this is Pat. I think we can perhaps weave that into the schedule. If it turns out to be too complicated or too convoluted to do that, then we can break it out.
Does anybody think we need to make a finding or a recommendation against the future of Gateway? This committee has in the past endorsed Gateway. The plan has changed somewhat, and I know there is a lot of discussion, not just in the public, but among the policymakers about whether Gateway is actually needed. Does anybody want to take on a draft of what we might say about Gateway?
Wayne, this is Mark McDaniel.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm worried about my phone. That was an issue that I was talking about, but I think we've covered it. I think we've covered it before in our findings, but I think it's something that certainly that we should keep raising it and keep pushing it, because I think that's the whole thing about sustainability. If we're going to take one moonshot and that's it, then that's it, or two or three, whatever. But if we're going to go to Mars, we've got to do Gateway. But we have as a committee, we've done that before. We've made that recommendation before. So I don't know how we would actually do it again. But other than just saying, it's just something that we feel real strong about, and I think that, or I do. I'm just one member, but I feel real strong about that. But we've got but we've done it. I think we've done it twice before. But I know that the issue now is getting to the moon by 2024 and doing the direct shot. But I think that we need to be doing something with Gateway along the way also, because that's what's going to keep us there. But like I say, we've done it before. So we've made the recommendations before, but. You've been on the NAC. Saying you could just say that look, that we've made these findings before, and we've said this as a committee. We've done it before, but we want to stress that again. That with the importance, we think that's how important it is for something to transcend, like we talked about on NASA Advisory Council when I was on there a long time ago. What can we do to transcend administrations? And that's it. That's the thing. That's gateways. But like I said, we've done it before. But if you just being on the NAC, it's just bring it up. But we can discuss that maybe tomorrow.
Would you mind putting a few words on paper so that we could at least have the discussion tomorrow?
Sure. I'll be glad. I'll just put down we discussed that. 2000, 2005. That was a major issue when I was on the NASA Advisory Council, and now we're at a point where. With our Administrator Bernstein, we're at a point now where we've got an idea, and it's called Gateway. We can call it any way we want, anything we want to, but that equals sustainability. I'll put that down in just something short like that. But like I said, we've made the recommendations, but. Man, I believe that's the thing, and like you talk about risk reduction, Wayne, there's not a better person anywhere that can talk about risk reduction than you, because that's this is dangerous business. It's not easy, but I think NASA a lot of times makes it look easy, but it's not easy. It's extremely dangerous, and I've read comments. I've read, some of your writings and comments that you've made before, and the public. Look, can they accept it? But I don't think there's a better person on the NASA Advisory Council to be there to make that presentation than you.
Wayne, this is Bruce. I have a suggestion on that one too.
Yes, ma'am.
Because what I'm concerned about, once you move Gateway out of the critical path to getting to the moon, or whatever, that it's just going to get less and less. If you get in budget trouble or whatever, you're going to start taking it from the Gateway, and next thing you know, by the time we launch, people are going to really question, do you need it? And it is the key to sustainability. So does that make sense?
Sure, it does.
Yeah.
Wayne,
go ahead, Tom.
I had one comment on that. I think the trade-off is fairly simple. Sustainability, like Mark talked about, which is important. It's probably an issue of maintaining human spaceflight, and versus short-term money to help you get there by 24. So you have to weigh in on how you think about those two subjects. And I had a comment about Pat's comment about the demonstrations flight. I think we've forgotten that. A brief summary: we flew the LEM unmanned on Apollo, flew it again manned in Earth orbit, and demonstrated all the systems. then flew the LEM to 8,000 feet above the moon and brought it back to Earth orbit before we ever sent Armstrong and Aldrin to the surface. And in this program, we basically are doing little or nothing except demonstrating the booster system. So I don't know what you do with that comment, but and the system, as proposed in those three folks' system, is complicated. Yes. They admit it's complex.
Okay, I will take a second. In addition to talking about the organization, I will take a second at a shot at risk and perhaps the need for more demonstration. I'll try to see.
I'm sorry you're weak, Wayne. I probably ought to hear that.
I'll take the action to, in addition to the finding I was going to write about the organization and integration, so forth, I will write a second one overnight, send it out to the committee for our discussion tomorrow on risk and the need for demonstration, flight demonstration. So let me see if I can make some sense out of that.
Well, one good demonstration in a system, and I know it would probably blow 24, would take care of everything they're trying to do now, in addition to do a lot of other good things.
Well, I just all the ground simulations and studies in the world don't make up one good flight test, and I think all you have to do is ask the Boeing guys about that. So.
Yeah. Well, the Boeing guys just forgot how to do avionics testing.
Okay. So, okay. We are about to run out of time here. Does anybody else have a burning issue that we'll not keep before tomorrow? And I do want to talk a little bit about the meeting logistics, but burning issue before tomorrow.
This is Mark McDaniel again. My burning issues is thank Betty and Erisina and Renee and Mr. Chairman, thank you for putting this thing together for us, this meeting together for us in these very, very trying times. I just want to thank y'all so much for this.
Wish we could be face to face, Mark. It would be a whole lot better if we were in the same room.
Yes, it would.
But I appreciate it. And so with that, I want to say, Betty, tomorrow I'm going to be back on WebEx. And as I understood, if I understood some of the text message traffic that was coming across to me, it is still going to have only a 200-person limitation on how many people can join the WebEx tomorrow. Is that right?
That's right.
So we're using the same number, which is the second number, the number we're using today.
We think it'll be the same number, the second number. We will post it on the HEO site. However, I don't know for sure if all the charts right now are posted. I know HLS wasn't when we looked before, but hopefully by today, at the end of today, all of the charts will be posted on the HEO website.
And for folks, so for the committee, we need to make sure you all tie in early to the WebEx.
Are you going to send the latest sign-in procedure?
Audio, same sign-in. Yeah.
I will be sending. This is Renee. I will be sending to you the complete instructions for tomorrow, so that everyone will be on the same page.
Good. And for the general public, tomorrow, is there any way to get additional audio lines so people can listen in over and above the WebEx?
I'm going to work on that once we get off this call.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry it's so late in the evening there. And finally, tomorrow we're going to have public input. We have a period on our agenda for public input, and we need to make absolutely certain that works. So I'll just leave that thought with you as well. So tomorrow we'll get back together at 10 Eastern, 9, 8, 7, depending on your time zone. And you see, we're going to get Tom Whitmire. Kirk Sherman's going to talk to us about Space Station. Phil McAllister's going to talk about commercial crew and commercialization of low Earth orbit. And then Tom Crimmins is is, I think, the chief strategist. I don't know what exactly his title is these days, but he's kind of the chief strategist for the agency. Will tell us about the big picture, and then after some public comment time, we will have more time for discussion. We really can't discuss offline, so as you do draft up, a couple of folks have asked them to draft up things. You guys, the two-ish of you together, can get together, but the rest of us need to wait till tomorrow when we can put it up on the screen and talk about it in a group. So we need to do all our discussions in public. Anything else, Betty, before we adjourn for the day?
No, just wanted to thank everyone for their patience and understanding. I know that the system was overloaded, but we did our best. And tomorrow we'll, you know, as I said, we will, if it plans to be the same web site for the WebEx as today, but if there's any changes, it'll be posted on the HEO site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So are we ready?
Yes.
So with that, I will adjourn today's meeting, and we will start, as Wayne has said, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Thank you all. Thank you all to the speakers. Thank you to Renee, Aracina, and to everyone else who helped make it work.
Thank you.
What a